Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer word tonight's Monday stream. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. I hope you're having a good day today. I hope you guys are having a very, very good day today. After all, it is a federal holiday. I hope you have it off. If not, I'm sorry for your loss. But I can't say I'm not surprised. Like every other single holiday, it seems like we're losing them. I like every holiday. I feel like is slowly but surely dying. Give it like another like 5 to 10 more years, and people are gonna be working on Christmas Day. Well, I guess there already technically are some places that make you work on Christmas Day even now, but like they're very far and few between, and they have like skeleton crews. But I mean like more normalized there. It just seems like every holiday, as it's becoming more and more secular and people just don't care about it, the more like offices and companies are just like, oh fuck you, how dare you have a life? You had to work today of all days. What's a holiday? Oh, what's that? I just know that you have to be a corporate drone, and well, here we are. Oh, well, Memorial Day is not like I don't know. Memorial Day's never really been like a super serious, holiday that people really like care about in a very long time. At least during like my lifetime, it seems to be. There still seems to be some sort of appreciation for like Thanksgiving and Christmas, even though Easter is slowly dying. So more for like the religious holidays, and then the exceptions for Thanksgiving, because it's kind of like American religious holiday in a strange way. But like everything else is slowly fading out of respectability here. Uh, Still had to work, but thankfully not many customers. That's good. That's good. Hopefully, I'm not sure what you do, but like hopefully you weren't like sent to like different departments or something like that to kind of like help them out because it's a slow day. Because like when I worked at Walmart, holidays sucked at Walmart. So if I wouldn't like what it is, because you're required to still work them. But if it's a slow day because it is a holiday, and you were sent to other departments to help stock the shelves for them, or the organization or the cases, because just because your department is slow and you signed up for the job to be whatever the fuck it is, you still had to go work in somebody else's department to deal with their messes because, well, you all get paid the same. So, welcome to real communism. Mhm. I don't see it as a holiday, I see it as a day of reverence. I have a lot of ex-military family. See, that makes more sense. Like, that's a little bit more understandable. But that's, like, also why it's a holiday. Like, holidays in America are very, happy. Like, huge celebrations. But, like, holidays don't necessarily have to be that. It's supposed to be a day off work to spend time with your family and appreciate whatever the theme of the day is. And if it's a more serious, somber one like Memorial Day, then reverence actually makes a lot more sense. Versus like Christmas and Easter is more of celebration, which is what most holidays are, but like they don't necessarily have to be, like that case. But who cares about Memorial Day? Okay, who gives a fuck about Memorial Day? Because it's St. George Floyd Day instead. That's the real holiday here. But I'll get to that in a second here. There. And Domino's says avoid the Floyd. See, that makes a bit more sense. Because they're like a plague of locusts. They're everywhere there, here. So. I know I celebrated with my family yesterday. And that was probably the biggest family celebration that we've had in a very long time. Because, like, I know my dad's wedding, that happened earlier this year. Like, that was mostly just, like, immediate family on both sides, which her side of the family is a bit more than my dad's because she's got kids and grandkids, versus my dad does not. Talk about that factor. But this time around, like it was her family and then like our family plus the extended side of our family, and so there were so many people, and I was just oh oh god too many fucking people. So many fucking people. there. And like they keep on asking me like what I'm doing with my life, and I'm just like, I live with my dad. And they're like, okay, what do you do? And I'm like, I work from home. Okay, what do you do from working from home? And I'm like, yeah. I like I can't, because I can't lie to them. Right? I know that they're my family, and so like I don't want to lie to them. Plus, it doesn't help that like even though I've talked multiple times to my dad and his wife about like, hey, don't tell people what I do. You know, all that fun stuff with it. They still do. Like they thankfully they don't know my channel name. They don't really actually know what I do other than I stream politics. And like they know I'm anonymous. They don't know any like actual like finite details. But they still know I'm a streamer and I stream politics. So now the rest of the family knows that I stream in politics. And so it's like, okay, so now I can't actually lie, but I can't go into the details. And the extended family gets really annoyed. Like you can tell they're like, you're gonna tell me more? You're gonna tell me details? Like they kept on grilling me the whole entire day, trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything. I'm anonymous. And so it's just like, but I can't talk what I'm doing. Meanwhile, they're like, oh yeah, so I'm on my 4th kid now, and I'm like, huh. Oh, you know, yo, look at all these young kids, young white kids. Like that, my one cousin, has like a very young baby, like X amount months, like old with like the most beautiful blue eyes. And I'm sitting there like, uh, congratulations. uh, there, and so I'm just like, well. I can't talk about what I'm doing with my life because I'm anonymous. They're annoyed and upset that I can't. And then I don't have any I can't really relate to them at all for various things. They're thriving and doing very well. I'm just sitting in the corner, basically all alone like the whole entire day because I'm just like I don't know what to talk about with them. Frankly, I don't actually really care that much about their lives because I'm not like close with any of my family members. And I'm definitely not close with my dad's wife family members. I met them once at the wedding, okay? And even then it was just like, hello, I'm X. Hello, I'm Y. Cool. Apparently we're, family now here. There. Oh. So it's just like, okay then. Okay. So it was a very long day. Very, very long day. Like on one hand, I mean, it's nice to see everybody doing very well. It's nice to kind of have the family get together, right? Because I lament a lot about how holidays are dying, and a lot of it is because people aren't having kids, families aren't getting together. And then when my family gets together, then I'm complaining about that instead. uh, babies intensify. Actually true. Actually true. Like, this is gonna sound really fucking pathetic, but my uncle was talking to me about, like, his grandkids, and, like, cause they were there, and he was, like, telling me about their names and how they're doing and all that fun stuff, cause I haven't really seen him in a while, and I was just like, the tears were forming in my eyes, and I'm just like, I can't cry, like this. Like, I can't just cry in front of my uncle. God damn it. But I'm gonna blame that. I'm gonna blame that on, like, the blood moon instead, because the blood moon has risen, and it's been causing problems as per usual because, women are pathetic and cursed by God for existing. So it's just like, well, okay, well, just push that down there. Uh, but it's fine. It's fine. Blame the estrogen in the water. I will always happily blame the estrogen in the water because it has made things worse. Like, there's this post that's been floating around Twitter about how, like, teenagers these days and what they look like. Like, women look like they're 25 years old, and then the boys look like they're like 14 still, but they're both like seniors going to prom. They're both like 18 years old, and it's just like it's literally the estrogen in the water that's making the freaking frogs gay, aka the guys, and then it's making the women age significantly faster. I mean, actually, it's a bit more deeper than that too, because women should be having kids at that age, and guys take a lot longer to actually uh roughen up and shape up into actually being husbands and fathers anyways. So like there's a reason why women have always dated like men that are like 8 years older than them. So like the girls looking like that, it's actually not like that bad. It is a bit strange how old they look. But the guys, and it's not, the guys aren't supposed to look that young either, so it's still really the estrogen. And it's just taking natural um age gaps and how I guess humanity works. I'm not using the right terms I want to use, but this description will work. And then exasperating it like tenfold there. And it's just like, okay, so we need to take the estrogen out and then have a woman, give birth. There. But yes. Women being on birth control as soon as they hit puberty is a big issue too. Yes, 100%. Which is part of the. Actually, that's the main reason why there's so much estrogen in the water. Because when you have, millions of women pissing into the water and it's not actually getting filtered out because they're not. The water filtration system is not made to actually filter the estrogen out. Even though it's very small amounts, when you have women, being on birth control, let's say from like 14 years old, because they're put on it when they start their periods, because it's like, oh, help manage with cramps, that way, and instead of actually learning how to naturally deal with cramps, because there are various different ways, like walking's a good thing, tea, heating pads. There's different ways to kind of handle cramps, and if they're severe, that's usually a sign of something, being wrong. I mean, sometimes really it's just God just hates you, but it probably is some sort of hormonal imbalance or iron deficiency or something along those lines. There, but yeah, they're put on the birth control pill from, let's say, 14, and then they're on it until they're like 30, because they're girl bossing the rest of their life, so 15 years. And it's they're on it the entire fucking time, and then times that by X amount of million of women, that are on it, which is basically 99% of them, regardless of the race, or creed or skin color, whatever you want to do it by. I mean, some Muslim women aren't going to be. Obviously, seeing the single motherhood of blacks, they're clearly not taking it correctly. But basically, but regardless, even if you factor in for those outliers there, still a shit ton of women, put that, in the drinking supply, and do that for how many generations now, yeah, then you start wondering why the frogs are turning gay. Tea? Yes, actually, tea! Oh my god! Chat, did you know? That's a good segue. See, that's a good segue. See, did you know that if you go to thedragonstreasure.com. If I forgot to change the browser once again because I'm retarded, if you go to thedragonstreasure.com and use code including for when you get your girl, and if you want to actually like reduce your period cramps other than getting her pregnant, you could probably find the tea there to help her out with it, because there are a shit ton of teas. There are so many teas. But actually, I would personal favorite, eating soap. Eating soap always solves your problems. However, this is not legal advice. Keep that in mind. Do not get legal advice from the retarded woman on the internet. But I've heard if you eat soap, it tastes quite delicious. Especially the Ray of Helios. 10 out of 10 recommend. What? Huh? 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 F on my ads? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dragon Cheshire. What? Why is it dying? I have had no problems before. Running a speed test while I'm live on stream is always the correct measure to do. Here. Good on my end? Yeah, I have. What the fuck is this shit? My upload is perfectly fine. My upload is perfectly fine and dandy. What inbots are trying to raid my stream right now? Or is it the tiny hats? I haven't even said anything too spicy other than eat soap. Like, come on. What's so bad about eating soap? Especially if you get it from the dragonstreasure.com using code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order. Here. It just died for like 30 seconds? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm sorry, chat. One day I will not have internet problems. But today is not that day, and probably not tomorrow, or Wednesday, or Thursday, or for a few more months, or forever. But one day I will not have internet problems. There. Kick says they're dealing with the problem. So was it only Kick or was it also YouTube? I thought I saw some Fs on YouTube. And like, yeah. Okay, so it's not just Kick. Apparently it's just my whole entire stream just wants to just, you know, kill itself. Oh, there. But okay then. I switched to YouTube and it's okay? Okay. Well, apparently that is God's sign to stop shilling, even though I'm already bad at shilling by default. So, I'm sorry. Just, you know, make sure you get your soap. And your tea. But mainly the soap. Dragon's treasure soap wiped the brown off my skin and made me marble white Aryan. Yes. If you are feeling a bit brown today, you know, then that's what the soap was for. Yeah. I've heard the Dwarven Fire Force soap is really good because it especially if you let's just say if you buy enough of it, the tea man, or I should call him the soap man, might be willing to do some special things for you to make it extra gritty, to make sure that the brownness gets, you know, washed away. Your sins are washed away from, you know, God cursing you. So, you know, but that was a little birdie that told me don't trust women though on the internet. Is there a specific tea that you would recommend as plebs who had a hiccup while you were chilling? Yes, actually. I don't really drink the tea that often, but when I do, I like the Secrets of the Songstress. This is in alphabetical order, right? Yeah, it's in alphabetical order, but Secrets of the Songstress, it's good for a sore throat. So it's great for me because when I get sick, I usually get sore throats, and then also for streaming purposes, because you know, when you talk that much, you know, sometimes your throat gets sore. But flavor-wise, there was one in particular. Actually, I did a whole tea rating long time ago now. I did like a 12-hour stream like tea testing various teas. And there were Gravity. The Gravity was my favorite taste-wise. Smells amazing and tastes amazing, like drinking a fall candle, but you know, actually not. That is my description. 9.5 out of 10 out of the different ones I did, because I did a Restoration Potion, Gravity, Wizard Beer, Fun in the Sun, the Thy Chai of Apachai, Secrets of the Songstress, Phoenix Down. Those are the ones I tested. Secrets of the Songstress could probably be a little bit improved with the flavor aspect of things, but it's good enough to drink when you have, like I said, you have a sore throat. But your Gravity is great. Anyway. Secrets of the Sigma. There. But anyways, thank you, Papa Caps, for the 20, actually, well, it's 20 shekels, but 2,000 warp tokens. As we call them warp tokens here, because we're cool and chill like that. Any interest taking the Chud Woke Values test? The questions are a lot more straightforward than that recent fascism test. Actually, that was in my tab selection to do today, was the Chud Woke Values test. I thought it'd be fun. I was going to get through some news first before doing it, but since you did give 2,000 shekels, I can do that now. I'm not against doing it now. And then we'll get into the news, because actually there's a ton of things to go over. We got a few white pills. Obviously, we gotta make fun of St. Floyd on St. Floyd Day, because who gives a fuck about Memorial Day? You know. And we got some React Slop. Well, we got a actually ton of things to do today. Definitely not like, but you know, words. My stream might go a little bit later. I started late because of the blood moon. might go a little bit later to kind of make sure I can get through everything I kind of want to get through, because yeah, there's a lot. There. But yeah, we can do that now. So chat. Place your bets. Place your bets on where I'm going to actually align with these Chud woke values tests. Because we got Axe Chud at the top, Axe woke on the bottom, and then to the left is woke, and to the right is actually a Chud. And then we got various different people on the spectrum. So, like, I recognize Hassan Piker! There, who is woke, but kind of acts a little bit like a Chud, apparently. Like, maybe they're talking about the professor there. We got AOC down on the bottom, who is woke and acts woke, 100%. And then Justin Trudeau as well. Is that Harry? I forget what his name is from, like, One Direction, but he's super flamboyant, you could say. Taylor Swift is a Chud, but acts kind of woke. I don't know where you kind of got that from, other than the fact that she finally got that MAGA cock inside her. And then now we're getting the people that I don't actually know, other than Millet. And then I think that's the Italian Prime Minister. I forget what her name is. Oh, so, but and then over here, I don't know some of these people. Wait, I know him. He's the farmer. What's his name? I want to say I forget what his name is, but I know he's the infamous farmer over in Britain. And it's bothering me that I can't remember his name. There. But anyways, so place your butts. Woke/woke? Damn, okay. Maloney, yes, Maloney and Clarkson. There we go. Sorry. My brain fog is bad today. Jeremy Clarkson, yes, thank you, chat, for being in my memory, because Lord knows I don't have any. But there are 70 questions in this test. Okay, what is Chud woke values? Chud woke values of the test as if kind of fucking stupid. And then at the end of the quiz, your questions will be displayed on Compass. Yes, that makes sense. A few questions are poorly written. There are 70 questions on the test. Okay, well, let's get this started. There's 70 questions. Thinks like a woke, act like a Chud. Rough. Proceed shuffled, proceed unshuffled. I frankly don't care, but I guess we'll do shuffle just to kind of make sense. How many genders are there? 2? At least 3? Don't play games with me, kid. Double digits or more. I don't like any of these options. Only 2. I kind of want to go with 3 just for the shits and giggles. Yeah, you know, but it's only 2. I am actively religious but not really active. Agnostic, atheist, anti-theist, unsure other. I would go with agnostic. I really am agnostic. Bang. I went through my Fedora Tippin atheist phase, was actually what got me into politics in the first place back when I was a kid. Where I would watch Armor Skeptic, Logic, Jacqueline Glenn, Bible Reloaded. I never really got into Amazing Atheist, to be honest. But those people I listed off were the ones I would watch the most. And then from Armor Skeptic, that's part of the I found where I found Sargon of Akkad, and just kind of went from there. But nowadays I'm mostly just agnostic. Like I'm not against the idea of there being a god or gods, but just I have a problem believing in one specific god or one specific religion. But I do think the West should be based off Christian values, because they themselves are a huge they're essential to the Western culture. They go hand in hand with each other, for better and for worse. So agnostic is what I would say. Wait, the internet's going down again? What? I don't know why it's having problems. Like, it's not a RAM issue this time. I made sure to reset my computer, and so I'm only using 50% of my RAM. The internet speed test said it was fine. Like, I don't... okay. Just power through it. Okay, I'm gonna yell at Trium and see if he has any ideas. Give me 1 second. When you get a chance, could you possibly look into why I have so many problems with my internet? Because everything is fine, but it's just it keeps, but it keeps on wanting to die, just like me. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Oh, first off, though, thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, Salt Oshcast, first nuggets leave me shocked in your good taste, but Reddit for your rape hentai? Really? I get the male feminists are experts in the subject, but still, also follow Equestria. Okay, I'll put this to follow Equestria. I don't. Okay, one, I don't like nuggets for. I just know their existence. Okay. There are a lot of weird fucking fetishes out there. And two, yes, I do go to Reddit for my taste because it's the easiest way for the good quality to be filtered. Okay, not going to random hentai sites and just randomly selecting, hoping for the best. Reddit already filters the shit from the good. Yeah, the gold from the silt. There. So I'm just saying, it's not that bad. Hmm. There. Anyway, back to the test here. Um. Oh, but okay. Kick has a poll though. Chud or woke? 100% Chud might axe Chud, but secretly Tumblr. I'm assuming. Axe woke, but actually likes. I can't read the rest. Critical race Floyd build. Better be 100% Chud, or else I'm disappointed in myself. My country or people should apologize for crimes and wrongdoing or ancestors committed. Well, that's retarded. Strongly disagree. Whatever else you think of him, Donald Trump should be recognized as a very funny man. I mean, yes. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking about. Like 2016, 100%. 2026, not as much. Like he doesn't have the same vigor. He doesn't have the same. His tweets don't really hit as hard anymore. Kind of feels like he's like lashing out a bunch. Back then, he used to be like precise with his shots and very witty. But I'm still like old age has gotten up. Maybe it's just old age. Maybe because he's a politician now, because it has been 10 years. But it's not exactly the same. However, I'm gonna go with agree just because he, for the good chunk of the political career, he actually was pretty funny. So I will go with agree. I like offending people and intentionally say proactive if they. Oh, 100%, 100%. Oh my god, Oh god, that used to be my favorite fucking pastime, especially when I was younger. These days, not. I mean, I don't go the full mile anymore. Oh my god, I was such a fucking edgelord when I was younger. Oh god, I love it. I love just upsetting. I don't actually want to genuinely upset people, but I love shock humor. I like dark, depressing humor. I love saying things that makes people go, "What the fuck?" And yeah. Anyways, it's a state's rights to enforce unity of culture and language. Yes, deport. Deport every single foreigner that doesn't speak English, that is brown, that is like Hindu or Muslim or whatever the fuck it is. Just deport all the fucking foreigners. It's literally the state's job to get rid of the invaders. To eat meat is morally wrong. No, all I eat is meat. We're no vegans here. Men only. I have not a man, none of these. Man bun, shave side, short the median top. I mean, I'm not a man. So I'm gonna lose points for this because women can't be based by default of just having a vagina. And so, unfortunately, however, you should have shave size, short the medium top. Men with long hair are just kind of disgusting, and man buns are estrogen on steroids. I guess that wouldn't really work out if you have estrogen and steroids, but you know what I mean. Anyway, not a man. Men only. I have not a man. No woman friends. Woman friends, but only online. One woman friend in real life. Multiple women's friends in life. Well, I basically have no women friends. Or it would be woman friends only online. I'm mostly friends with guys these days. I used to actually have woman friends. Not many. Like, in real life, I had, like, at least one woman friend my entire time. But nowadays, it's just men online, basically. I can probably, I think I can count on, like, 2 fingers how many women friends I actually have. But I'm not a man, so it doesn't actually apply to me. Hmm. Long hair is pure barbarian Kino. Maybe back then, but not these days. There. I am publicly out as LGBT. No? I mean, all women are bisexual, but, like, that's not LGBT. That's just women being whores and being used as the cock sleeves that they are. So, strongly disagree. I like anime. Strongly agree. Yeah, I might be a little bit more of a tourist, but I really do like anime, especially the art style of it. And I will always appreciate it for what it is. The family is the most important unit in society, 100%. It's a real fucking shame that it's devolved so much. Oh my god. I saw this video on Twitter today, getting ready for stream, of this, like, it was like a TikTok thing. It was like nanny versus mom, and the children were supposed to run to the one they were most excited to see closest to, and every single child ran to the nanny, and then the dog was at the very end, and it went to the mom. And it's just like, this is not what society is supposed to be, whatsoever. And I would kill my fucking self if that ever happened to me. 1, I wouldn't have a nanny. But 2, it's just like, that is just horrifying. Absolutely fucking horrifying. I would feel I almost feel bad for the mom if it wasn't for these are her choices that led her to this. Because why would you bother with a job if half your paycheck, if not more, because most women don't actually make that much. And so most of the time, their paycheck just goes straight to the nanny or the daycare. What's the point of hiring a nanny if your paycheck is just going to basically her to raise your own kids? It makes no logical sense whatsoever. And yet women still do that anyways. Because they're fucking retarded. And yeah, no. T-Man has long hair, had for 20 years. I'm sorry, T-Man, but you're gay. It's official. I don't make the rules. But you're flamboyant. Bundle of sticks. I say this with love. Only for your soaps. Thank you, Drum Rocker, for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. I'm only at 3.25 on the Axe Chud scale and a 7.65 on the Is scale. It's over me, chat. That sounds pretty bad, not gonna lie. I'll actually have to see the chart to actually visualize that a little bit better. But that's not exactly pretty good, Drum Rocker. Don't tell, like, if a woman is more chud than you, then there's a problem here. There's a problem. The soap man is not very happy right now, but it's okay. I'll give you head pats later. Once I make all my followers buy soap to make sure you want to kill yourself again. Identity groups such as race, gender, and disability are more significant divisions in economic class. Yes, 100%. 100%. Because economic class actually really isn't that deep. I mean, it highly depends on. Okay, I should say it depends on kind of the culture to a certain degree. Because obviously the monarchy, if under like the French monarchy, there was huge division between that. But when you live in a multicultural society, the divisions are laid by defaults. There, because like for example, the statistic of wealthy blacks commit significantly more crime than the poorest of whites. By a long shot there, and that's only a racial thing. It's 100% a racial thing. That division will never ever be settled, no matter how much economic equality that you try to do. Socioeconomic factors, as the leftists like to say, you can't stop that. And so yeah, race will be a bigger division than economic class. Gender as well. You can't force women to go into STEM fields. They will always choose, 9 times out of 10, I should say, more feminine emotional assistance kind of roles like nursing or psychology, or similar, or teaching, basically anything with children and like kind of helping others that don't actually pay that very well, minus nursing. But that's a nursing in itself as a whole can of worms. And then as for like disability, that's obviously if we're fucking retarded vegetable, then there's gonna be a natural division there. So yeah, it's no economic class, no socioeconomic factors being leveled for equity purposes will ever change these, no matter how much you try. They will always naturally be there. I celebrate or strongly support Pride Month. No. The family should be abolished. No. Parents should hold absolute power over their children as they are older and more experienced. Do you mean children as between ages of 0 to 18? Or children as 18 until, like, the parents die? I do know, the test did say that some things are poorly written on purpose. Because if it's from 0 to 18, then pretty much, except for, like, the last few years, like 16 to 18, they should give their children more freedom because that's how you make them into adults. But after 18, not as much. Like, they are adults, they should be on their own. The parents should be there to help them out and give them advice still, but not absolute power. So I guess I'm gonna say either agree or neutral. Because the key word there is absolute. That means the children has no freedom whatsoever. No, they can't think for themselves. The parents do everything for them, and that's too much. You have to give them some sort of freedom. So I'm gonna say, but I don't want to say the thing is absolute, because I want to say disagree, just because of the word absolute. But obviously they need some power there. They're talking about the effing state as an alternative. See, that's where the problem lies, because the state shouldn't be involved with how parents raise their children, except for, like, severe cases of abuse. There. So, I'm going to say... Oh, God. I don't like how... I know it's written poorly on purpose, but it's... Depending on how you take it, varies between agree to disagree, so... Neutral? Oh, neutral's not right either here. I guess I'll go with neutral. I prefer the city, suburbs, the countryside. No, fuck people. I should say fuck people, right? But, like, the cities have always been full of crime, even before the chocolatiers arrived. Chocolatiers made things a million times worse. Yeah, the countryside is better. I know you have to live with people to function as a society, but that's what small villages are for, not cities. Suburbs are more modern invention, just go with the countryside. Fundamentally, our society is sexist and patriarchal, and this is a bad thing. Well, I strongly disagree. I mean, I wish it was sexist and patriarchal. It is sexist for, you know, against men. I wish it was more patriarchal, and it would be a good thing, so strongly disagree. It's acceptable to make fun of generalized groups. 100%. Stereotypes exist for a reason. I am waiting until marriage for sex. Well, if I was smart, yes, but I was a dumb teenager. So, I'm already ruined, both in the eyes of God and in man. So I'm gonna have to say disagree, because, well, use goods. It's acceptable to make fun of someone based on their identity. Agree. The only reason why I'm not gonna say strongly agree for this is because of the fact that there are some things, I guess it depends on what the identity kind of is. If it's like somebody who makes like trans their whole entire thing, or gay, or disabled, or depressed, or women, then yes, obviously make fun of them. But like, actually there's really no exceptions now that I'm kind of thinking about it. There's just some cases where I can think of like somebody's actually disabled, and it is a huge chunk of their life because of how severe it is. And it's like, maybe, you know, maybe don't really make fun of them unless they're like okay with it, because, you know, it's not exactly their fault that God hates them. But I guess I'll still just go with agree here. It's the whammon thing. Mm. Total Floyd death, true and real. Immutable traits, no. Otherwise, yes. I mean, listen, I'm still gonna make fun of blacks if they're black because they deserve it. There. Uh, we shouldn't expose children to gay or transgender people until they're older. Agree. Because those are fucking degenerates and groomers at this point in time. It's gonna be, what's going back to generalization of people, I'm doing it right now. I'm not gonna sacrifice kids for the 0.01% of them that are actually normal, like the gays against groomers people. Woman only, how much of the domestic labor, childcare, cooking, cleaning would you do in a relationship? Almost all of it. I don't plan on having children. Ew. Almost all of it. If anything, actually, basically all. I mean, actually, almost all would be the best answer because, you know, men should do a little bit of childcare just so they can bond with their children. Like, one thing, like, men should do, not all the time, but, like, one easy thing men can do, is change the diapers for their babies, because it teaches the baby the scent and touch and trust of being cared for by their father. But you know, women should do it most of the time, right? If the guy comes off of work on a 12-hour shift, you know, the diaper needs changed and the mom stay at home, there's no reason why he should do it. But if it's the weekend and the mom's like busy cooking or whatever the case is, then the man should just do it because it needs to be done, and it is good for the baby's development and in the bonding process. But those are, you know, small cases here and there, just so the child develops properly. I support reparations for slavery and or colonialism. No, fuck that shit. We should keep all sovereignty at the national level rather than granting powers to organizations like the EU or the United Nations. Yes. Yes, I hate the EU with a passion because it gets rid of this. Online harassment or cancellation is a serious issue. Agree. People describe me as judgmental, abrasive, neither of these. Where's both of them? Where's the both, actually? Hold on. I get called that a lot. But probably more judgmental than abrasive, because I know people think I'm my beliefs on stereotypes and generalizations too harsh because the individual, and they don't realize that I do carve out exceptions for individuals, but they are far and few between. And once again, I'm not going to sacrifice my country, or possibly my life, for that 0.01%. There. So, why should get reparations from Africa for all the infrastructure we build? Now, that's something I would actually agree. We sacrifice far too much, just for what we got out of the third world and how we're treated today. You're not abrasive, you're a weak, timid chud. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that, actually, either. It depends on where you kind of get me at, right? Like, on stream, I'm kind of abrasive. On certain issues, I am. If you actually, like, get me, in the right mood, IRL, where actually I'm speaking my political stuff, and I kind of, like, trust you a bit. But generally, I do try to avoid conflicts. But I can be quite... I'm a bitch. Like, I'm never gonna deny this, but I am actually a bitch. Also, didn't I select this already? I thought I did already select that, but anyway, I guess I got distracted. There. Homosexuality is against my values. Agree. Agree. I was like, do I strongly agree or do I just regularly agree? Because homosexuality is something that is more recent that I've turned against. Because like I felt like years ago I've like, okay, yeah, they're disgusting with all the gay pride stuff that they do. But it wasn't until I started looking into how many times they actually abuse babies, like when they adopt, that I really was like, okay then, let's ban the gays. But it's still something that like is much lower on my priority list for issues that affect America because it is very rare. But if we're just going to go ban the values question, then like, it is. but I do think some of it is actually natural. There's definitely there's a grooming question. There is the turning the freaking frogs gay question. But I do think a little bit is natural because there's always been homosexuality across the ages. It should be completely shamed and turned against. So I'm gonna just say agree. Gender is a social construct, not a natural state of affairs. Highlights dyed natural. No, it's not. It's not dyed. I haven't dyed my hair in like 10 plus years. It was not worth the effort. Cause I tried. I used to dye my hair. I did it for like 2 or 3 years. In the summertime, because once again went to a Catholic school, so it wasn't actually you weren't actually allowed to dye your hair, unnatural colors, at Catholic school. And so I would do it in the summertime, but I would only be able to enjoy it for a month before I would have to start washing it out. But even then, it wouldn't be fully washed out by the time school started, and it got me in trouble both my freshman and my sophomore year. And then I was like, this is not fucking worth it anymore. And not to mention, it's just danger flags. Anyway, it was fun, but like, yeah. And then it ruins your hair. Like my hair used to be a lot brighter, but then after I had to bleach it once for the hair color dye that I did take, it became a lot darker. I was just like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna stop. So I don't dye my hair anymore. I respect people's neo-pronouns or xenogenders. No. People should be treated equally regardless of race, gender, or creed. No. It's good when companies publicly support progressive and social causes. No. Within my political movement, company, or social group, we should elevate voices from minority identity groups. No, we should ban them. I read contemporary philosophers. No. I need to read more. I need to read more philosophy. I need to read more both contemporary and ancient as well. But I just don't read because I'm just a Floyd on the internet that likes to speak your opinions. So I'm gonna say neutral because while I don't do that, I'm not actually against it. It's good to learn. The death penalty should exist for certain crimes. 100%. Actually, we should, if anything, should use it more liberally. Because that would be a good way to actually stop most crimes. Like, you know, like $1,000, because you know how like California reduced from like a felony to like a misdemeanor. Actually, no, it was a misdemeanor to not actually criminalize at all. That's what they did. With if you steal anything less than like $1,000, and they basically just they don't actually prosecute people for that anymore. So I'm just saying, if you just give the death penalty to like criminals. Even for theft, right? But back in the day, we used to hang people for stealing horses because it was such an essential part of livelihood for that. Just saying. Be a good way to get rid of the 2% that does all the crime. 13% does over 50% of the crime. Just just get rid of a lot of them. So, where? Excuse me, sorry, I'm burping now. Would you dye it again some color? I've been recently trying to be persuaded to dye my hair black because I've been told I would look really good with black hair, but I'm hesitant to do so because I think I would actually look good with black hair because of how pale my skin is, and then like my eyes, it would be good contrast, and I could definitely lean into the more goth girl thing a bit more, which I do kind of want to do because I've always liked that kind of style. I was definitely a lot more into it when I was younger. I don't really want to get rid of my natural hair because it is a unique hair color. It is rare, and there's so many black-haired individuals out there, thanks to how brown society is. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that or not. So someone is trying to genocide redheads. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant to do it. Like, I think I would look good. Like when I was younger, I thought a lot about dyeing my hair black because I think I would actually look pretty decent with it. But I've learned to appreciate my unique hair color, and I just don't know if I like especially after I bleached my hair that one time for the bright blue that I was dyeing it. And it made my hair color so much darker than it was. after like grew back naturally, I'm scared to do it again. But like, I don't know. I don't know here. Mm. So I'm unfollowing you if you do it. um. So. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been convinced yet, but I'm kind of against it. A strong hierarchy is desirable in society. Yes, 100%. Mostly with men, though. No women, because women can actually have a proper hierarchy there. A true chud wouldn't even have hair to consider dying in the first place. I'm not being bald. No, thank you. No, thank you here. Animals deserve certain universal rights. I'm gonna say agree because I do think you should treat animals nicely. They're innocent creatures that don't understand a lot of human concepts, and I don't want them going extinct. You shouldn't abuse them. A lot of them are great to train and to be domesticated, obviously, like dogs and cats. Like I guess it depends on what they mean, like certain universal rights, because like there is a problem within modern society that we have lifted pets over actual children, where you had the whole dog mom or like the crazy cat lady, where they care way more about animals than actual humans themselves. That is a problem, but I think that protecting animals is a very white concept, because we're all like basically the only race that's actually done that. Pretty much every other one has just destroyed the ecosystem, abuses them all the time. Because you see these videos from like the Chinese or the Indians just like absolutely just like whipping these poor animals, and mistreating them, and it's just like, this is disgusting and awful. Why are you doing this to this innocent creature? Like, obviously, it needs to be certain times, right? When the pit bull attacks the child, then you shoot the pit bull in the head. But that's maybe a euphemism for something else. But generally, animals do deserve to be treated better. Because they are part of nature. But I'm a conservationalist. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm a conservationalist. Because I do want to protect the environment as much as possible. Protections, yes. Rights, however, are a human thing. They need to be protected from bad humans. Yeah, I guess it really does depend on what they mean by certain universal rights. But I'm gonna say agree, just because I like animals. I really like animals. But maybe they're talking about the vegans. But even then, we have very humane ways to actually kill animals to eat them properly. And that I like the halal stuff. Absolutely atrocious. How oh my god, like, don't y'all look up how halal murder of like pigs or certain animals, because it's revolting. Like, don't so even then, like, they deserve universal rights to like how to die properly. I don't know. So I'm gonna say agree. It's immoral for a country to invade and or claim our land for resources. Ooh, that's a difficult question. Because it's the natural state of humanity to actually invade for resources, whether that be food, water, women, land in general, whatever the case is. That is just the state of humanity. Even regular animal, going back to the animal questions, animals do that too with their territory, when necessary. So like, it's not actually immoral for it, but we have gotten to a certain point in the modern world where it is looked down upon to do so. Like, that's why Ukraine's seen as like the underdog and has so much support in the Western world for being invaded by Russia, because they should be their own sovereign country. So it's not a good thing. War is bad, but I wouldn't go so far as say it's immoral either here. It's more of my country invades her resources. Yeah, that's like kind of my stance, even though I'm more of an isolationist in general. But it's not awful either. Defense moral aggression isn't. It depends on the aggression though, and like I said, it's just natural. It's just natural. Depends on who invades whom. Yeah, it's a very a context heavy situation, but I wouldn't go as far as say it's moral. So I'm gonna say neutral because it's not good, but it's not. And moral's a very loaded word, right? It's a very heavy term for casting judgment on someone or something, and I don't think it's. Yeah, it's too much for me. So I'm gonna say neutral. Deportation is legitimate, even if no crime other than overstaying a visa has been committed. 100%. If anything, deportation is a moderate solution. It's acceptable to make fun of someone based on their appearance. Okay, this is difficult. I'm probably gonna go with agree, but it highly depends on the context. Because if they're fat, sure, go ahead, right? Like you can lose weight. It's difficult, but it's definitely possible. I'm not even gonna make the Ozempic argument because you shouldn't take Ozempic if you're fat. You're just fucking up your life later for taking the shortcut. But if it's someone who is like born with a birth defect, it's like that's, to my personal opinion, too far, because it's not their fault that they were born that way. And God hates them. However, if they're black or a woman, that's a different story. Because you should cast judgment and shame upon them to put them in their place. So, I'm gonna say agree. Non-binary only. My name is not non-binary, none of these. More traditional name like Alex. More experimental name like Sock. The fuck is this? No, not non-binary. I'm not 12 anymore. Countries such as the US and Australia should give a portion of land, particularly important sites, and land agreed in treaties back to indigenous people. No. Indigenous people shouldn't exist anymore. They should have been completely conquered. Like, reservations are a fucking mistake. We should have never done reservations in America. I know we were trying to do the whole noble savage thing, you know. Oh, you know, the fact that we're stealing their land is morally wrong, blah, 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 blah. But no. Like, we came and we conquered. It is our country now. We built this land from nothing into something. And by giving this reservation, it's just a section of land where they can sit there and fester their hate for white people, drink their sorrows away, and gamble. And we should have either completely conquered them and, you know, it's basically, you know, either wiped them out or assimilated them to white society, or just that's what we should have done. That's what we should have done. But now, I think we still should get reservations. I just don't know what to do with them, because unlike blacks, which could be sent by the Liberia, or Asians back to China, where they came from, or Spics back to Mexico, you can't really do anything with the Native Americans, because technically they were there. So, it's just, you just gotta have to, like, just deal with them. Unfortunately, it's just one of the flaws of America, is how we've been set up here. Races are scientific reality. Strongly agree. You can eat, like, school. We need to bring back schools. Okay, school sciences. Oh, it's beautiful. Hello, kitty. How are you doing? There. The presence of another culture is no threat to my own. Strongly disagree. Either assimilate or get the fuck out. And assimilation's a myth anyway, so get the fuck out. Many of the colonized benefit from colonialism. They did, and removing it has made them into shitholes again, because they can't maintain it themselves. Like, I forget which African country this is, but there's one where the was it the Germans? I forget which European group. It wasn't England or France. It was either the Dutch or the Germans. It's one of the dramatic ones. Built a bridge for them. Because beforehand, they were swinging on a rope to get across the ravine. And then they built the bridge for them. And then they left after, you know, colonialism died and they were kicked out. And then they never, even though they taught them how to maintain their bridge, they never did, because they only think 15 seconds ahead. So now they go back to swinging on ropes to get across the ravine. It's not white people's fault. They built the fucking bridge. So... anyway. I'm fine with reservations. Getting rid of them will weaken the legal case for intentional communities like Return to the Land. Return to the Land is like, though it's a club, though. It's a bit different. And plus, remember, it only applies for non-whites and actually white people too. Many such cases. Wasn't it Italy? I can't remember. The Dutch bridge? I thought it was one of the Germanic stuff. It was either Dutch or the Germans. But I can't remember which one. I think it's particularly offensive for people to say slurs. Fuck no, I say the N-word all the time. I call wasps N-words, because they are so fucking annoying and they keep invading my house. And then I go around with the fly swatter and say, Die, N-wa! That's right, there's a whole pile of dead wasps, like, right outside the door right now. I need to vacuum them up. Because there's so many of them. I'm attending or have attended a prestigious school, a regular university, a trade school, will not attend college, unsure other. Well, I mean, I went to college for like 6 months, but it was like a community college because I was not enthused to go to college. Does that count? This college is a scam? I kind of want to go. Will not attend college, but technically I did go for a semester to like a regular university here. You went for a year, right? No, only for a semester. Only for a semester, then I said fuck this shit. Unsure? Other? I'm gonna select this one because I don't feel like the regular university really fits this, as I didn't actually go for a full 2 or 4 years here. I would put no because he did not graduate. I guess I'll go with this. I follow the health advice and masking recommendations during COVID. No, I mean, I probably should have said disagree. Because I technically did for my job, but like I didn't at the same time. What I did at the gas station was I had the mask on my chin at all times, and then if a customer came in, they wore the full mask before they would walk up to the counter. I would put the mask up, but if they had it underneath their nose, then I would put mine underneath my nose because I didn't want to like get myself or the gas station in trouble for breaking the law with COVID stuff. There, but like my manager never really enforced it either because they also thought it was a scam too. But we only did it because the law was imposed upon us. So I technically kind of did, but not at the same time. There. But oh well, I already said strongly disagree because I avoided it every single time I could. I have compared real-life political events to mainstream entertainment such as Star Wars, anime, or Harry Potter. No, not really? I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because, like... I'm gonna say disagree. Because Star Wars became political with Rey and then that black dude and like the various stuff that they've made. Same with like kind of like Harry Potter. But like there's no real life political events within them to reflect upon. They became political themselves. And then with anime in particular, like Attack on Titan's a good allegory against immigration. But it's not the same? So I'm gonna say disagree here. If entertainment media or commercials have a certain identity makeup, whether that be a lack of diversity or forced diversity, that upsets me. Well, if it's forced diversity, yeah, it does upset me. So I'm gonna say agree. I'm gonna say agree because the amount of ads these days that have a black man and a white woman is insane. Like there's a excuse that it's like, oh, it checks 2 boxes in one go, having the minority being the black and then having the woman in it, you know, all that fun stuff. But like technically you can just do it without having a black woman, but it's always a black man and a white woman there. So therefore I'm getting very like happy merchant vibes off of it, and that makes me very upset because it's getting worse and worse, it seems to be. So I'm actually gonna say strongly agree, because fuck that shit. Neo-pronouns or xenogenders aren't legitimate. 100% agree that that's just mental illness. Non-binary only. I regularly use social media. Not non-binary. Yep. There's racial inequality in society that disadvantages certain groups, and we should address it. Well, there is racial inequality that does affect certain groups, and we should address it by deporting them, because you can't fix it. But I'm gonna say disagree because I know what it means with DEI purposes. Borders and nation states should be abolished. Fuck no, that's... No! Even wolves! Even wolves have fucking borders. Like, there's this map of these different wolf tribes. And, like, Upper America, like, Northern America. Actually, not like North America, like, or it was in Canada. Once again, I'm kind of forgetting again. But somebody actually took a wolf tribe and, you know, Northern America, here, United States, and track them and follow where their borders are. And you can actually see where, like, they don't actually cross each other's lines. Like, it's natural to have borders and nations. It's literally how humans, and not just humans, just like all animals function in general. It's retarded. There. Transgender people are the gender they say they are. No. Abortion should be legal in all circumstances. All circumstances? What's wrong with you? We should end programs that support diversity, equity, and inclusion in business and government. 100%. It's just anti-white programs. I support doing land acknowledgements. No! Our romantic partner is the same race. I am single, a different race. Well, I mean, I'm single, but it would be the same race. So, I'm just gonna say I'm single. I've never dated outside my race before my entire life. No one is illegal on stolen land. That's retarded. There are some words or phrases people should be socially punished for using. No. Well, hold on. Okay, so technically, no, socially punished, not legally punished. No, yeah, so never mind. Never mind. I was like, well, technically calls of violence is bad, but like the key word is socially punished, not actually legally punished. So yeah, disagree, fuck you. Gender should be abolished. No. It's natural. If anything, it needs to be reinstated in the modern world. Bring back traditional values. Telling somebody to kill themselves crosses a line. Is it serious or joking? Because I say KYS all the time, but as a joke. Like, you can do it as a mild annoyance, like with friends, as banter, and it's not that deep. But if you're actually seriously telling somebody to do it, then that is wrong. So I'm gonna say neutral. Woman only. My hair is not a woman, none of these. Shorter than a bob or a lob. What the fuck's a lob? Shoulder than mid back, waist to butt, longer than butt. Well, it used to be longer than butt, but then my dad told me to get my hair cut before the wedding, and so now it's shoulder than mid back. Woman only. I dress average, traditional, alternative, masculine pantsuit. I don't know. There. Like, I don't know, cause I don't really dress emo anymore, but I wear combat boots and black skinny jeans, and then sometimes like a band tee, but generally I prefer, like, if it's winter I just go out in a sweatshirt, and in summer I just kind of wear like regular t-shirts. I do like wearing turtlenecks for like dates when it's like, you know, fall, winter time, or whatever the case is, or just to look nice in general. But like, I don't wear dresses or skirts because I don't think they look good on me. I'm too short. And I don't have like the long legs to kind of like pull it off, in my personal opinion. So I wouldn't say traditional, but maybe alternative? Because of the black skinny jeans and combat boots, and the fact that I still, like, I'm not, like, emo, but I don't go full regular, you know, white girl. You know the white girl thing with, like, the little like, brown booties, the blue jeans, and some, like, cute little shirt with, like, the dyed blonde hair and the Starbucks pumpkin spice. You know, that kind of thing. Like, that's not my style either. Which, by the way, it's just white hate. With the whole, like, pumpkin spice season, that's just, it's just anti-white propaganda. But, like, but then again, what's a masculine? Because technically wearing pants is more masculine these days. So there. Average or alt, leaning towards alt. Not traditional, it's older. I think I'm gonna go with alternative there. Cause, like, I don't know. Yeah. Men should hold a position of power over women's society, yes. I put pronouns in my bio, no. I am fine with police and government forces using violence against unarmed civilians. No. Well, see, what's the context of the unarmed civilians? Because if it's a riot, right, where they're, you know, I guess having a brick or throwing stones is technically being armed, and breaking glass windows. So that's technically not being unarmed. There, if it's like a regular protest, they shouldn't. Yeah, that sets a dangerous precedent. So I'm gonna say, and I'm not a big fan of the government, you know. After all, like, I recognize you need government, and, you know, we need a strong government too to enforce borders and deport people and go after leftists. But at the end of the day, I'm still 30 on 30. So I'm gonna say disagree here. There. Men only. How much of the domestic labor, childcare, cooking, cleaning would you do in a relationship? Well, I'm not a man. But almost all, half or more, a bit, almost none, don't plan on having children. Well, I'm not a man, so there we go. What am I here? I am is chud, axe chud. But I'm pretty for is chud, but I'm not very high in the axe chud. Like, I'm just above it. So is axis 7.65, axe is 1.75. So I mean, I'm gonna take the compliment because I mostly is chud, and I'm still an axe chud here. I'm assuming I lost some points for being a woman. What the fuck was the questions about toucans? Oh yeah, that would have been beautiful if there were questions about the tiny hats. Oh. I wonder if I would have gotten higher on the axe chud thing if there was any questions about the happy merchants. There. Yeah. I say Freeman would be a good allegory for how the demons speak, how the commies lefties speak. True, but, like, they're talking about specific political events. Like, I'm assuming, like, George Floyd, since it is, you know, his holiday today. Fuck Memorial Day. Or, like, I don't know, other major, like, actual real life political events being reflected, like Donald Trump winning, like in The Boys, right? That kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this with pride that I'm basically is chud, and I'm still in the axe chud. If I was in the axe woke thing, I'd be very, very upsetty. Very upsetty if I was in the axe woke thing. I'm kind of actually surprised I am that low on the axe chud thing, because how many times I strongly disagree and strongly agree to various things. But I mean, hey, once again, I probably lost some points for having a vagina, which is deserved because women can't be based. There. Oh shit, we got a raid? We got some raiders over on Kick. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you, Celestium, for the raid. Mods, if you could shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. What you guys do today? What you guys do today on Saint Floyd Day? I mean, may he forever rest in peace. Yeah. Barely acts chud. My Oshi is a lie. But I still act chud though. That's what matters. That's what matters, right? You read a lot of the questions with the wrong mindset is the thing. I'm sorry. Hi, Amabo. Hi, Celestium. Thank you for the raid once again, and thank you, mods, for shouting her out. Thank you again for the raid. Have you taken the Chud Woke values test yet? If not, you totally should. It's lots of fun. Yeah, you should. Because they got some. Does have some questions that are purposely poorly worded. English. But it's definitely quite interesting here. Amalga woke. No, I'm not woke. I haven't been woke since I was like 12. Okay, well maybe like 14 technically. That's when I started like stopping. You know, I started my transition. But still, it's a very short time period of my life. Okay. It's fine. The quiz was pretty dishonestly worded. Oh, well, I'm still happy with my results. Oh, Gym Farm. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy shit. Thank you for the 5,000 warp tokens. You are very generous. Thank you. May God bless you. Well, thank you, and I hope God blesses you too. Even though I'm personally like not really religious myself, I am culturally Christian. I am a leech, and I do respect it, and it is a huge part of Western culture, so I do support it. Even if I myself I'm not really religious myself, but they thank you for, once again for the warp tokens, and I hope life treats you very well, and God as well. There. I gotta go, but I hope the rest of the stream goes well. Well, thank you. Have a good night, Celestium. Thank you again for the raid. We should talk sometime. I'm not really good with DMs. I'm really not good with DMs. But if you ever get a free moment, just shoot me a message. I should probably do the same, because that's how relationships work, right? They can't just be all on one person. But still. It's fine. And thank you, Boog, for the $2 dues. I'm all in a pantsuit. Got it generating now. Okay, not gonna lie. Okay, this might make me put me further on like the woke section of things, right? But women in pantsuits can be hot, but it's a very far and few between, right? Only certain women look good in it, and it has to be a very like certain style. It definitely leans to the Dami Mommy thing, which I don't really like too much as a general rule of thumb. But sometimes, every once in a blue moon, it's hot. Like Arlecchino from Genshin, okay? She's hot. She's great. She's one of my favorite characters. It's such a shame she's been power creeped, but I guess what happens when it's a couple-year-old unit, right? But yeah, she is she is something. But like she's like I can probably count on one hand how many like women, and they're mostly like anime characters too. I don't think I've ever really seen a IRL woman actually look hot in a pantsuit. Most of them are also chubby too. But yeah, but anime woman can look nice. There. Oh, I knew it. Not traditional was so over. I'm sorry. I'm woke. I'm sorry. I'm woke like that. Okay, crucify me. I have a vagina. Once again, proving that woman cannot be based. But then again, let me if I can figure out how to fucking spell her name, because it's one of those cases where I just kind of skip over the name itself. Let me look up some fan art. That could be a little bit dangerous because of how they do it. Let me see. I'm a little bit disappointed in the fan art that's popping up on Brave search, but you know what, this will do. I guess this will do here. She's hot, but like, you know, woman with boobs. And looks like she's gonna murder you. It's, you know, like... Oh, this one's a good one. No, I think they made her tits a little bit bigger. But that's okay. Big tits are a good thing. So, you know, she is pretty hot. I should probably be careful how much I scroll. Do I have safe search on? Did I ever turn that off when I switched the Brave browser? I can't remember. I cannot remember. But she's good. She's very, very good. I used to use her all the time, but she's been, well, power crop / shield out. So, there. Daffodil and Everness is good one. I've never gone to the game, so I can't say. But I'm gonna take your word for it here. But anyway, back to the news of gooning over women, because gooning is bad, by the way. Didn't you know, chat? If you are a gooner, you're being sent straight to fucking hell. Okay? You can only have safe horny. You can only goon the feet, armpits, and flat-chested women. Okay? You can't goon to just naturally pretty white woman with good tits and ass. Okay? You are degenerate if you do that. Only to the armpits. Because we only do safe horny here. But if you goon the both, you're still going to hell for doing that. Sorry, I don't make the rules. It's what the internet says. Oh, and thank you, No Robos, for being a subby bobby for a month now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that's very kind and generous of you. Thank you. Actually, that reminds me, there's some subby bubbies off stream, so let me go find them real quick. Oh, Dragon Zero gifted a subby bubby over the Curie-sum. Thank you, Dragon Zero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry I missed that earlier. Thank you. And then, thank you, Ralphion, for being a subby bubby for 8 months in a row. Oh my god. Ralphion. In a month, I'll give birth to you. Unfortunately, Arkina will not be your mother. I will be. But still, I can't wait the puppy out of my vagina. Hopefully it won't be a C-section. And then thank you, Vin the Mad OG, for being a subby bubby for 9 months in a row now. Oh, okay, so now I'm giving birth today. Technically yesterday, because it was off stream. I hope you're healthy. And, you know, you might be in the ICU since I haven't checked on you in 24 hours, but still. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it looks like that's it for the subby bubby so far. So thank you, everybody, for the off-stream stuff. Thank you, Crowder Keller, for the $1 deal over on Rumble. You can't goon the flat-chested women because then you're a pedophile. Yes, the tits of consent, right? According to Australia and Steam, she has to have certain size titties to goon to, or else you're a little pedophile. Even if she's actually 18, right? And she's flat-chested because God hates her, I guess. Or she didn't eat properly. She wasn't raised properly. Because, you know, unfortunately, there are women out there with flat chests. You just get them pregnant, they'll grow bigger. But you are a pedophile now. So, flat is better because it's more manly? Now, that's rage bait. That is a rage bait in my chat. Ignore. Goodbye. But anyway, into the actual news today. Because we do actually go over news here, believe it or not. Actually, hold on. First off, though, I do want to take a screenshot of this. I know it says I can actually download it directly, but I'm going to screenshot this before I forget. I'm proud of my status as a chud. Even though I'm a woman, and so therefore it's illegal. It is Memorial Day, aka St. Floyd Day. Because, you know, we're supposed to be a day where we respect the fallen soldiers that have died from all the wars and everything like that, and help preserve America. And, because unfortunately we keep on losing our wars because we keep on fighting for the happy merchants, but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about how many white men have died, but it's fine. We still respect them for at least, trying to protect America, doing what they believe is right, because military is a good thing. We do need an army to defend our borders, believe it or not. However, who cares about them, right? Who cares about the white men dying to protect our country? We should only care about a black man who was a career criminal who overdosed of fentanyl 6 years ago. Like Mayor Jacob Frey does, the mayor of, Minneapolis, where he died. Today, we remember George Floyd, who was murdered by a former Minneapolis police officer 6 years ago. That moment changed our city forever. He did a whole fucking thread on this. It forced Minneapolis to confront painful truths about race, policing, inequity, and trust. Not inequality, inequity. Notice that word choice there. And demanded hard conversations and accountability. Since Floyd's murder, our city has been challenged not just to say we've changed, but to prove it. We've worked hard to reform policing, strengthen our department, and rebuild trust with neighbors, while knowing there's still more work ahead. This anniversary also comes as reconstruction begins at George Floyd Square, and the work continues on the People's Way. We're committed to honoring this place both as a memorial with global significance and as a neighborhood where people live, work, gather, and heal. The work ahead is bigger than any one moment or administration. The weight of what happened is still with our city 6 years later. It's been 6 fucking years. And the responsibility to keep moving forward together is too. I know we can keep building a Minneapolis that is safer, more accountable, and more worthy of the people who call it home. Like the Somalians. Because who gives a fuck about the white Minnesotans that have actually built, Minneapolis from the ground up, their ancestors have, and continue it on. No, we only like the browns here, because fuck white men. They're colonizers. They're racist. They're oppressive. They're patriarchal, even though Islam is a very patriarchal religion by default. No, we only like the browns, like the Somalians. Because keep in mind, Mayor Jacob Frey has done many speeches in the Somalian language and has been basically promoting Somalians his entire time so far. I know George Floyd is not Somalian himself, but he is black. Should also be deported to Liberia. And the Somalians to Somalia. They should really just all go back to Africa. But regardless, who gives a fuck about white men? Because, by the way, Jacob Frey is a tiny hat, a little happy merchant likes to rub his hands. So then you start wondering, wow, no wonder he hates white people so much. And he made this whole entire thread on St. Floyd Day. And then 3 hours later, he finally made a post about Memorial Day after getting a shit ton of flack about his special thread about George Floyd. Because remember, today's actually supposed to be a federal holiday to honor those who have served our country. Like, that's what today's originally for. Nobody really respects this anymore. It's just a free day off where you don't have to go to work. But still, it is supposed to be a federal holiday to respect those who have died in battles to defend our country. And instead, it has been completely co-opted by this Inwa who overdosed on fentanyl 6 fucking years ago and started a whole rage of riots that lasted over a year. But here's his Memorial Day post. Memorial Day is a time to remember the brave service members who gave their lives for our country and the freedoms we enjoy today. We owe them, and the families who carry the memories forward, our deepest gratitude. And then the picture says, Memorial Day, Minneapolis remembers and honors those who have served our country. Yeah, I don't think you actually care about this. I think it's just lip service. Which, to be fair, most politicians do just make lip service. But I think we can tell which thing he cares about more. Maybe it probably is, George Floyd with his whole special thread over Memorial Day. And just something that's kind of points me in that direction that he cares about George Floyd a lot more than Memorial Day. But I don't know. I can't really place my finger on why here. I had to go to work anyway. Well, that's because, as I talked about in the beginning of the stream, it doesn't really matter anymore. Our holidays are slowly but surely dying. Give it enough time, Christmas will be thrown out the window too. Saint Floyd at the fentanyl. May he forever rest in peace. What a humble, innocent soul. And just a quick reminder of how Mayor Frey treated George Floyd. When he was put to rest. Well, although masked, because this is during COVID, of course. 6 feet apart because they're not gay. Though I think they are a little bit gay, seeing how close together they are. The golden casket and crocodile tears running down his cheeks. You know, ruining the mask that he's wearing because, you know, COVID was a thing once again. Even though nobody's actually distancing. Just, you know, really close together. So, he's quite passionate about this. And just to, you know, respect Floyd and all his passions. Here is a list of all the crimes George Floyd committed. Yes, I asked Rock because it's much easier that way. It has when it comes to scouring the internet for like basic facts, it's pretty good. So George Floyd was convicted of multiple crimes between 1997 and 2009. Primarily low-level drug offenses, theft, trespassing, and 1 serious violent felony, aggravated robbery. He served 8 jail terms from 1997 to 2005 for various charges, plus a 5-year prison sentence for 2007 robbery, pleaded guilty in 2009. These are based on Harris County, Texas court records, as reported consistently across sources including Snopes, FactCheck, Wikipedia, citing court docs, and other outlets reviewing public records. Here's a detailed list of his convictions, not mere arrests. August 2nd, 1997, delivery of less than 1 gram of cocaine, sentenced to approximately 6 months in jail. 1998, 2 separate incidents, September 25th and December 9th, theft, 2 convictions, sentenced a total of 10 months and 10 days in jail. August 29th, 2001. Oh, actually, right before 9/11. Wait, did George Floyd cause 9/11? For failure to identify to a police officer, sentenced 15 days in jail. October 29th, 2002, possession of less than 1 gram of cocaine, sentenced to approximately 8 months in prison. January 3rd, 2003, criminal trespassing, sentenced to approximately 30 days in prison. February 6, 2004, attempt to deliver less than 1 gram of cocaine. 2004 case involved crack cocaine possession, based on testimony of officers Gerald Goines, who was later investigated for falsifying evidence in other cases. Posthumous pardon was requested but withdrawn on procedural grounds, sentenced to approximately 10 months. I think he's trying to imply that it's fake, but based on the fact he's got multiple track records at this point for having hard drugs on him, then you wonder why he died of a fentanyl overdose, but, you know, details. Probably real. December 15, 2005, possession of less than 1 gram of cocaine, sentenced about 10 months in state jail. You think with all these times he's been convicted for having hard drugs on him for all these years, you think he would get more than 10 months in jail at this point? But no, it just keeps on happening. August 9th, 2007 incident, pleading guilty in 2009. Aggravated robbery with deadly weapon, first-degree felony. Details from court records. Floyd and accomplices forced entry into a home. He impersonated a department worker, held a pistol to a woman's abdomen/stomach while searching for drugs, money, jewelry, and a cell phone. An accomplice struck the victim with a pistol. Victims identified him from photo lineup. Faced up to 40 years if convicted at trial. Accepted a plea deal for 5 years in prison. Served roughly 4 years and paroled in January 2013 here. So, as you can see, he's got quite the rap sheet, with that last incident being the worst case before he overdosed of fentanyl. Like, aggravated robbery with deadly weapon. He held a pistol at a woman's abdomen stomach while she was pregnant, by the way. Like, the Grok left out these details, but it's Grok and it's just a summary. Here. And impersonated a water department worker. Is trying to steal from her. It was a whole gang thing with accomplices. He's supposed to get 40 years. He's got all these different previous drug convictions on him and criminal convictions. But he only served 4 years. Only 4 years for this. This is a problem with our court system. I know it's like this is a dead horse has been beaten until it doesn't exist anymore. It's like molecules at this point. Atoms in the dust. Where the horse doesn't exist anymore. Because of how much has been beaten. But seriously, the amount of times that blacks can just get away with crimes or just get a slap on the wrist or get very light prison sentences, even though they have are multiple offenders, versus white people get the full force of the law and then some thrown at them for very petty offenses is insane. Absolutely insane. But here we are. Welcome to our two-tier system. Also, additional context on arrests, not convictions. Floyd had at least 19 documented police stops or arrests in his adult life, mostly for the types of non-violent offenses listed above. In May 2019, prior to the fatal incident, he was arrested in Minneapolis on suspicion of drug possession, pills found in his car, but no conviction resulted before his death. On May 25th, 2020, he was arrested for allegedly passing a counterfeit $20 bill, forgery. Drugs were found in a system and vehicle during the incident, but he died during arrest and was never convicted of that charge. And that's where his story ended. Because the left tries to go with this whole story that Derek Chauvin, the police officer, killed him by putting the knee in, gave the counterfeit $20 bill to the lady. She called a cop. He starts panicking. Drugs going after him and his system, which doesn't take much fentanyl. He goes into an overdose from it, and it's within the. So you put them on their stomach on the ground, because if they throw up because their body's rejecting the toxin, that this way they throw up on the ground, versus if they're on their back, they can choke on it because they're overdosing once again, and they're freaking out and resisting arrest. And then you put the knee on their shoulder, by the way. That's where the knee is actually at, not on the neck. It was just the camera angle that makes it look it, because it's right at the base of the neck where your shoulder starts, because that it helps pin them down when they're once again resisting arrest and going through an overdose and thrashing around. And the reason why he says he can't fucking breathe is because he's overdosing, and he died of that overdose. And here is the autopsy report proving all of this. No life-threatening injuries identified. No facial, oral, mucosal, or conjunctival petechi. Okay, some of this stuff is going to be like scientific in legal terms. I'm a dumb woman, so bear with me. No injuries of anterior muscles of neck or large anal structures, so proving once again it wasn't actually on his neck and he didn't die from being choked. No scalp soft tissue, skull, or brain injuries. No chest wall soft tissue injuries, rib fractures other than a single rib fracture from CPR. Vertebral column injuries or visceral injuries. Incision and subcutaneous dissection of posterior and lateral neck, shoulders, back, flanks, and buttocks negative for occult trauma. Viral testing. Minnesota Department of Health postmortem nasal swab collected in May 26, 2020. Sorry, kitty. Positive for COVID-19, basically. Hemoglobin S quantitation. I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. Toxicology. See attached report for more details. Testing performed at antemortem blood specimens collected on May 25th. God rest his soul. On 2020 at 9 p.m. Blood, drug, novel, psychoactive substance screened. Fentanyl, 11 nanograms / milliliters. Norfentanyl, 5.6 nanograms milliliters. 4 ANFE, I think? Hard to tell because the red circle's in a way with this edit. 0.65 nanograms. Methphenidine, 19 nanograms. 11 hydroxy delta 9 THC, 1.2 nanograms. Delta 9 carboxy THC, 42 nanograms. Delta 9 THC, 2.9 nanograms. Cocaine positive, caffeine positive. So needless to say, he's got a cocktail of drugs within him with a shit ton of fentanyl. A ton of fentanyl. That much fentanyl can kill a horse a couple times over. Like, it's only like a couple specks of fentanyl is all you really need before you can actually overdose of it. And he's got 11 nanograms of it, plus norfentanyl, plus meth, plus THC, plus caffeine, and all the other fun stuff within him. He's overdosing. He's freaking out because he doesn't want to get arrested for the upteenth time. And then you wonder why he fucking dies of it. Then you wonder why he fucking dies of it here. But here we are. Like, I remember, because I am Sargon's #1 defender, okay? I am Sargon's top guy, you could say. And I remember from Callum, back when he worked in the Lotus Eaters, he did extensive segments, going over the George Floyd trial, or I should say Derek Chauvin trial, really, because that's what it was. And he did a great job going through, and dissecting it and explaining the situation. And it's just case after case after case showing that Floyd did it to 100% himself. And yet the jury is still convicted Derek Chauvin for, murdering him because George Floyd was black, Derek Chauvin is white, and the video looked so bad that it caused the whole entire nation to whip up into a riot. And on top of that, the jury was infiltrated by Black Lives Matters. There is a interview out there of a black man who, right after the trial ended, he took this interview, admitting that he lied, that he knew nothing about George Floyd, nothing of Black Lives Matter, perfectly innocent, under a fucking rock. And he lied when he was selected to be part of the jury trial, and just so he could go in and push Black Lives Matter talking points and convince them to actually convict Derek Chauvin for Black Lives Matter purposes. And then on top of that too, there was riots every single day right outside the courthouse. They had the police, and chicken wire and barbed wire up to help protect them. The jury got doxxed multiple times, and there was pig's blood painted on their doors of their houses, threatening them. They received death threats every single day, as well as their family members. The whole entire thing was a fucking shit show, where it was a complete mistrial and should be done over again, and Derek Chauvin should be released. 100%. Everything points to George Floyd overdosing. He's a career criminal with so many cases against him. It's literally within the police framework that Derek Chauvin followed to handle with somebody when they're overdosing. And a huge mistrial there. Derek Chauvin should be free. And yet here we are, 6 fucking years later, and instead of celebrating a federal holiday to respect our service members who have died for us to protect our country, we had to talk about this fucking Enwa instead, because he's still paraded around as literally Jesus. Because he died of an overdose because he's black. And that's it. Seriously, there's a whole ass Guardian article doing the whole, all these murals celebrating George Floyd, Ghost and Angel and Martyr, the brutal brilliance of a George Floyd murals from Syria to Belfast here. It's just Black Lives Matter. I can't believe she's actually following the picture with his children here. Just, just all these little tears of blood. Time to change the world. Well, maybe stop acting like a low IQ individual. Like this guy right here. Just all these different murals from him. There was one in particular. I'm pretty sure it's the one I used for the thumbnail on YouTube that actually got struck by lightning. After it was put up. I can't breathe. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, and meanwhile, I should have pulled up links about it. But Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian woman that fled Ukraine, an actual place of war. Here it is. Here's the one that got struck down by God. Of course, here's the mud shark here with her children praying to it. Being like, oh, I love George Floyd so much, even though he abandoned my children. But anyways, Irina Zarutska, actual Ukrainian refugee, fled an actual fucking war in her country, came to America, was just working a 9-to-5 dead-end job, gets on a train, and gets murdered by a black man because he was schizoing out like black men typically do. Goes around walking down the train, blood dripping from his knife, saying, I got that white girl, got that white girl. One of the most egregious cases of just black and white murder that happens on every single fucking day here. And there's murals painted of her, and they get taken down immediately or defaced. And just scribbled over with it. Every single time one tries to pull it up, it gets immediately removed with it. And government, there's a... where was it at? Goddamn my shit memory. There was one mural of her somewhere in America. Actually, you can put in stream suggestions if people know what I'm talking about. That'd be greatly appreciated. Where the actual mayor came out and said, no, we have to take this down because it's divisive and stokes racial tensions. And it's like, well, fuck you. how does George Floyd not stoke racial tensions with these black community? You know, celebrating him as a hero, literally Jesus. Like a Catholic school actually made a picture of him depicting him as Jesus. Hold on, let me actually get that pulled up here. And they did get a lot of pushback from it because it's sacrilegious, but still ridiculous. And you know, how does that not stoke racial issues? But you know, Irina Zarutska, an innocent white girl with no criminal history whatsoever, just relaxed around blacks one day and lost her life for it. You know, and that stokes racial tensions, that stokes division and all that fun stuff. Here we go. It's kind of cropped out. It's kind of shitty. But this is George Floyd as Jesus here within a Catholic university. But you know, that's fine. That's okay. Here. So you face your local Black Lives Matter mural. For legal reasons, I'm going to say disavow because I'm not sure what the local laws are for that. But just at the same time, it's fucking shitty, the double standard that exists here. My god. Some racism is healthy because they literally keep you alive. No, racism is healthy in general. Like, it's literally your natural defense mechanism to avoid strangers and people who are not your kind. Especially when you're white, the racial hatred that nuns have for you is insane, and you will never convince them otherwise. They will hate you because they ain't you. It's that simple. And yet here we are. Never relax around blacks. Never ever relax around blacks, or else you will be risking your life here. Why would you show me this? Because I hate you specifically. That's why. Black lives only matter to the left when they can use those black lives to push the left's political agenda. Yeah. But they don't talk about, you know, black on black crime and how many of them die every single day from gang-related shootings. They don't hear about the abortion rate within blacks. Though, frankly, I'm okay with that as well because, well, I'm just saying, if it's already 13% does over 50% of the crime, and that's being very generous, it's actually more like 70 to 80% of the crime once you know, actually take care of the convicted criminals. Because like Rock said with like George Floyd, where's it at? Where's my link about George Floyd? You know, he's had at least 19 documented police stops or arrests in his adult life, but he's actually been, you know, not convicted about a lot of these, right? So ignoring the ones that have been convicted, ignoring the fact that how many have been labeled white, because the amount of times that they've labeled nons as white, both even if they're darker than the night sky, just to kind of lessen the statistics as much because of how racist it gets. Also ignoring the fact that under the Biden administration, big cities like in California and New York City didn't actually have to report their crime statistics in because of George Floyd and because of leftism. So ignoring all those different factors here, okay, that are not actually put in the 1350 statistic, you're looking more like 13% commits about 75 to 80% of the crime once you put those factors in. It's actually fucking insane. 1 in 3 black men is a fucking felon. I'm just like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad here. Like, just, you are so much safer just staying 10 feet away. Not even 10 feet away. 10 feet away is not enough for them. It needs to be more like 10 yards or 10 miles, okay? Like, suburbs exist for a reason. Like, Dallas is a great example of this. The rings around from the inner city that keeps on springing up. There's just more and more rings that pop up because the nons keep on spreading like a disease and people are trying to get away from them. If you want jungle noises, just say per capita. Exactly. So, oh, thank you, Crowder Collar, for the $1 I do. Thank you. Remember old JF asked to be taken out of the car? Oh, I mean GF, George Floyd? Yeah, I forgot about that factor. There. Oh, and thank you, your boy Joker, for being up here 3 months in a row. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, bear with me. I know I've been kind of ranting incessantly about George Floyd here. But I really gotta pee. Unfortunately, that's what happens when the blood moon rises. So I will be right back, because there's more to remember on this Memorial Day for St. Floyd. But give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I was trying to hold it as long as possible, but the flesh is weak. And the hatred is strong. I swear. I feel like someone I get really angry, it's like, it gets worse sometimes. Yeah. But anyways. Just another, like, reminder of how great the time was underneath, the Biden administration with these George Floyd riots. Fiery but mostly peaceful protests. One of my favorite clips. I only have like a handful of like favorite clips that exist out there. This is one of my favorite clips of the fiery but mostly peaceful protests that occurred after this NWA basically killed himself with a fentanyl overdose. But that's okay because it's black.
Christine and Laura, what you're seeing behind me is one of multiple locations that have been burning in Kenosha, Wisconsin over the course of the night. A second night since Jacob Blake was seen shot in the back 7 times by a police officer. And what you are seeing now, these images came and come in stark contrast to what we saw over the course of the daytime hours in Kenosha and into the early.
So you can hear the fire cracking, you can see them all wearing masks because it is under COVID. Right, there's the police force with their shields. And in the background, there's a literal fucking fire behind this black man. He's like, oh, but it's fiery but mostly peaceful protests. The irony is unbound. And it was a huge meme for many years because of how ridiculous it is. And I will never forget this. Never fucking forget this. Because of just how just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous it is. And they went with this, like, streamed it live on CNN. They're showing the world this, and they thought it was perfectly fine and normal. And of course, the left didn't care about it because they're just looking for a good excuse to riot against the white man. But normies ate this up for some reason. They actually believe the story of George Floyd, and it's taken many years to deconstruct it. But even still, they believe it to this day. Hence why, after 6 fucking years, we're still worshipping this chocolatier.
Evening, which were largely peaceful demonstrations in the face of law enforcement. It wasn't until night fell that things began to get a little bit more contentious. Things were thrown back and forth. Police started using some of those crowd dispersal tactics.
Still showing more footage of things being on fire, and still doesn't have the self-awareness, the cognitive dissonance here between the having mostly peaceful here, and as the black guy's trying to explain, oh, well, I mean, it's fine, just as the night came, things got a little bit worse, but, you know, during the day it was okay.
Like tear gas, even playing very loud sounds to push them out. And then what you are seeing, the common theme that ties all of this together, is an expression of anger and frustration over what people feel like has become an all too familiar story playing out in places from across the country, not just here in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's the other key there, right? Is that it was not just like Kenosha, not just like Wisconsin, like in the leftist cities. It was all over. Even my tiny fucking town, okay, had Black Lives Matter riots that went through downtown and destroyed windows. And I remember going through one time. I rarely go to downtown because I hate it because of all the NWAs there. But I went through it just once because I had to go downtown for whatever reason, and I was just aghast at it because it's like, why is it happening here of all places? Oh, okay, well, we do have the influx of in-laws and too many leftists here, so I guess I can't be that surprised. But it was still one of the rare cases of where the big city problems and leftist ideology had actually infected my tiny little place, because usually we were okay with it. Over the years, I kept on seeing, like, I could remember, like, I was basically the only, like, leftist for the long time with how, like, I dressed with the emo, you know, dyed hair, my beliefs. But then as I was becoming more conservative as the years went on, I kept on seeing more and more leftists from like 2016 to 2020. All of a sudden, just fat white women with horrible piercings and dyed hair, you know, trying to be goth and emo. There's a very stereotypical leftist physiognomy going on there. Just started popping up left and right. Start seeing a little bit more troons, you know, not non-binaries, and then even in Starbucks, and it's just like, I hate this. I fucking hate this. This is the absolute disease here. Stop infecting my tiny little small town in the middle of nowhere. Uh, Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the dollar redo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember, Jacob Blake was shot after he went to the woman who he rapes home while having a restraining order. When he was shot, he was carrying 3 kids and reaching for a knife in his car seat. Oh, I did not know the story with him. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. It reminds me of this one story. I forget her name. But during the whole Black Lives Matter thing, there was a black woman who got shot by the cops, and they tried to do like say her name. And her story was that uh the cops came in and they shot her in the middle of the night. And there's like, oh, they shot her because she's a black woman. The real story is that the police raided her apartment because she lived with her boyfriend. And the boyfriend was a career criminal that had basically a watch on him. He was resisting arrest. And they broke into the apartment because they had the warrant and they're going after him. And then the guy pulled a gun from underneath the pillow and started shooting the coppers. And the cops shot back and they accidentally shot her in the process. There. So technically she's innocent, but she's not at the same time before she's an accomplice. Like she's with this career criminal, living with him, and she knows what he's doing. She knows he is a urban youth doing urban youth things. He's resisting arrest and tries to shoot the cops with a gun underneath the pillow. So she has to know there's a gun underneath the pillow too. Like she's is at fault because of the fact that she's condoning those actions there. And they try to make her out this pure innocent victim of like, oh, how dare an innocent black woman. No, Breonna Taylor, yes. Breonna, yes. George Floyd, yeah. Yes. There's so many cases where they try to like actually not so many cases. Every single time a black person dies, they try to make it into this whole like big thing where like, oh, the police are racist, police are pigs. Oh my god, I know. Socioeconomic factors, whatever the case is. Every single time. It turns out that person that they shot deserves it because they were breaking the law, resisting arrest, or doing something absolutely heinous in the process too. In fact, the only good thing that came out of Black Lives Matter is the body cams, because it has basically killed the innocent black narrative by showing that they really aren't actually innocent. Like they can't actually basically pick the momentum up the ground and get the normie support that they used to, because once the body cam footage comes out, sure enough, it was the black resisting arrest or trying to actually, murder the cop or whatever the case is. I know I did a Rumble only stream a while back now where we watched some body cam footage, and like the one was this fat fucking narwhal was sitting in her car resisting arrest, and you can see they kept on shouting at her to get out of the car, get out of the car. And you can see her trying to, like, she's fumbling and reaching for something, like, in the passenger seat. And it's clearly, her car's clearly a mess based off how long she's in there. And, like, you can kind of see things being, like, thrown around. She finally gets out of her car and, like a giant, trying to, like, stomping out of it. And then she starts charging at the cop with a knife. And then they shoot her. It was like a whole circus there. Unbelievable. One, the cop's patience with her to try to get her out of the car. The fact that she was fumbling around looking for a knife in the first place. The fact that her fat ass thought, 300 pounds if I'm being generous, that she could actually go after a cop with it. And then she barely makes it halfway through without being shot. It just keeps on happening. It just keeps on fucking happening here. Isn't that the video where the image of the Discord server comes from? No, that's a different one. No, the interest into my Discord server is a different story of a black woman charging at a cop with a knife, who was also resisting arrest. Also about 300 pounds of being generous. But this happened around the time Concord was coming out, back in, 2024 now? Because it's been a while since the whole Concord mess. She looked like a Concord character, and so people edited her to be like that character, and it was absolutely hilarious. And it was an Asian cop that shot her, and he got in a whole lot of trouble because he shot a black woman. And we all know that they're innocent angels. Until the body cam footage came out and it shows no, she was charging at him with a knife. Once again, many such cases, yes. Many such cases. But I chose that as my Discord server entry thing because I just find it hilarious with the Concord edit. And I'm like, this fits my server very well. The one was wearing the bathrobe? Yes. I don't know if I can... do I have it on my computer still? I probably do. Somewhere. But I got that. Like, that was around the time I was just starting streaming. And so it's probably lost in my files somewhere. I would have to probably try to find it. But it's beautiful. Join the Discord server, by the way, if you haven't already. Because then you can see the beautiful image. And on top of that, you get updates to stream. Like tonight, the fact that I started 15 minutes late. Because of the blood moon rising. You join the Discord server to get those kind of messages. And other useless pings. And for movie nights. And various other things like that, too. Yeah. The name of the Discord is still perfect, but Amalgamation Retard Station? Fuck yeah, thank you. I know, I'm so clever, aren't I? Most of the people that talk about George Floyd don't even know anything about Rodney King and LA Bryce because they aren't old enough. That's me. That happened in the 90s. I wasn't born until the early 2000s, but I've heard about it. And I can't, like, really talk in depth about it because I wasn't there and I only know, like, the brief stories about it. But at the same time, like, there's this myth, it's mostly what seems to be Europeans and, like, very sheltered white people, that the 80s and 90s were, like, especially the 90s were, like, peak, you know, equality, and there was no racial tensions whatsoever. And they don't know that that wasn't the case, that we still had the exact same problems we have today, because they only see, like, Will Smith and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and those other, like, black comedians that existed during that time period. They only see what was shown on TV, and they didn't show, basically, these kind of riots. And they did, it'd be, like, the CNN coverage, just fiery but mostly peaceful protests, right? They didn't have the internet that could just, you know, where people had phones on them all the time to actually make these recordings. And they couldn't disseminate the information correctly either. Like, yeah, there was AOL, but it wasn't as extensive and freeing as, like, Twitter is these days. And so there was this myth that the 90s were, like, pure equality, right? You know, no racial tensions. We almost had the perfect liberal paradise, when that definitely was not the case. It just was a lot more easily hidden because of the lack of technology. People still had faith within the system and with mainstream media. And the demographics weren't as bad. Like, obviously the blacks have always been a problem. The 1350 statistic existed even during segregation, by the way. Even under segregation, the 1350 statistic exists. It's hilarious. Anyways, oh god. But it was mostly just the NWAs that were a problem. The Mexicans were still growing, but they weren't at the same extent they are today. Same with the Muslims and the Indians. Like, demographics have gotten so bad. So bad. Like, the reason why there's no enthusiasm for the 250th anniversary of America that's supposed to be happening in just a couple months is because of demographic changes in America. You can go and find photos and videos of the 200th anniversary back in 1976. By the way, guess what the statistics were in 1976? This is after the Hart-Celler Act for this case, but before things really got bad. America was about 85% white in 1976. Nowadays, in the year of Lord 2026, 50 years later, we're about 55%. And that's with the boomers. Right now, the statistics show that Gen Alpha is about 1/3 brown, roughly. And God knows what the statistics are like for the illegals, the anchor babies, the H1Bs, everything else like that. Like, it's just such a hot mess with this. Once the boomers die, And the fact that millennials aren't really having kids, Gen X have had some kids, but not a whole bunch, and Gen Z's a hot fucking mess in the dating scene. And this is with the whites specifically. That statistic will drop from 55 to like 40 if at best. At best, if not into the 30s, is my rough estimation here. And the boomers are going to be slowly on their way out, unfortunately. It's quite bleak. Anybody who says that like Europe is so cooked or Britain is so cooked, it's so over, do not realize how severe the situation is in America is. We are in the twilight. We are at the end times. If we do not fix our demographics, our country will actually legitimately be over. But that's easier said than done, and Trump is not going to be the solution here. Are you sure it's only 1/3? Well, that's going based off the kindergartners that were registered in 2025. So chances are it's probably a lot more. Well, even when my dad was born, 76, town was about 90% white, now it's like 70%. I don't know what mine was like. I'm scared. I'm scared to look mine up, and I'm sure it's probably roughly the same, if not worse, with ours, because we already had a black population, and then we've got a bunch of immigrants and spics and stuff like that. I've told this story many times, but when I worked at the gas station, like as soon as Biden came into power in 2021, all those videos were coming out of like the fence being removed and just the flood of the Mexicans coming in. And I was sitting there on Parlor, horrified at it, just wondering what's happening to my country. Just so sitting there pissed off. And about 6 months later, all of a sudden, just a bunch of more Mexicans just popped up in my gas station. Didn't speak a lick of English. And my gas station was in a good part of town. Pretty clean. Yeah, we had a few crackheads. Yeah, we had some NWAs coming in. I got plenty of stories about the NWAs. But all of a sudden, they started appearing. Didn't know a lick of English. And we were good at asking for IDs for cigarettes, no matter how old they were. So we had to ask them for their IDs, and they would pull out a Mexican license. And I had to learn how to read a Mexican license to figure out where the date was, because it's different placement than my state, right? Because every state has a different place where they put the date and how they format the IDs. And so I had to find one for the Mexican one. And there was multiple conversations where I had to spend 5 minutes trying to make the Mexican understand that I need to see their ID for the cigarettes, because they didn't speak English. Sometimes I would have these conversations with older folks. They're like, why should I need to see my ID? I'm 45 years old. Or cases, can't you clearly tell? But I could have a conversation with them about, I'm sorry, but it's, this is the rules and regulations. I'm not going to risk my job because you're old. Okay, it's just get your ID out. It's not that hard, right? No, the Mexican literally couldn't understand me because, once again, no English here. But it was roughly 6 months after they crossed the flood of the border under Biden. I was like, oh great, now they're here. They're here. Great. Lovely. I'm so excited. Damn, all the way up north, I assume? That's so fucked. Yes. It took about 6 months for them to get up north. It's just... if it took them 6 months to get up north, I hate to see what it's like in down south. I mean, I know I've seen the statistics down south. I know Texas is 30% white between the Mexicans and then the little bit of blacks down there and various other things. The Indians, right, with their H-1Bs. But 6 months before the Mexicans arrived up north. And I'm like, oh, wow. That's not a lot of time. So, and that was years ago in 2021. I imagine it's much worse now. After all the years Biden was in. Well, thank you, Crowd of Crowler, for the $1 redo. Thank you. Remember the lady who they were trying to get people to say her name, returning a rent-a-car with a dead body in it? I don't remember that one. But I'm not surprised, because there are so many, every single fucking day, right? I have a whole ass bookmarks folder. I should probably be careful not to actually pull up my For You page, because God knows if there's going to be an N-word in there or not, right? I have a whole entire folder called This Is Making Me Racist, where it's just NWAs being NWAs. here and doing horrible, heinous things. A lot of time, resisting arrest or just being dumb or whatever the case is here. Like, it's just, there's so fucking many here that I have. I would believe it. Lots of different articles too. Just, Army vet suffers vicious road rage attack as he claims suspect thought he was driving too slow. Black woman, notoriously peaceful and quiet, like Michelle Obama said. Just kills a white man. It's fine. It's fine here. Just keeps on happening. Just keeps on fucking happening here. So, I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it. Sending them to Liberia is being generous. And thank you, Maestro Marcus, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Would you watch the new Freedom Tunes show I recommended? I'm not against it, but I do have one. You guys sent a lot of recommendations for React videos today. So first, I should thank you guys, because with the Blood Moon Rising, I was feeling quite lethargic and not the best. I'm feeling a lot better now that I'm getting to the swing of things on stream and getting angry. Getting a little bit angry at the Sailor Worlds here. So I was looking for like a nice chill React video to do, so there. So you guys sent a lot of them. So I'm not against it, because it got jemmies in this, but probably not tonight, I'll be honest. Unless the shekels come in. Which if the shekels come in, then listen, I'm a sheep whore here. But thank you, because you guys give me a lot of React videos to go through, so prepare for more React slop. But I had more tabs about about George Floyd and everything, but I think we've kind of beaten this dead horse. It has been 6 years, and we're probably gonna go to the same song and dance next year. So let's go to a white pill. And instead of being angry at the NWAs of the world, let's address a white pill to kind of make the black pills easier, that we have to deal with these NWAs in the first place. So, Trump admin announces green card applicants must leave United States and apply from home country. The fact that this wasn't the norm is insane, but hey, at least we're trying to make it the norm. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm burping. Sorry. Okay. But yeah, like, it's like one of those cases. This has happened multiple times in the Trump administration. I've been very critical of Trump for like about a year now. Ever since like May of last year. Because it really has been a year. Or maybe about June. That's when I started like noticing the cracks within the Trump administration. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna criticize Trump for doing these things. I still support him, right? But like, it's just been like downhill for about a year. He's still better than Kamala Harris by a long shot. I'm still gonna support him. I'm still gonna probably vote Republican in 2028. But there's been a lot of bad things that have occurred, I would say. However, there's been a lot of good things too. And there's been so many cases where X needs to be the norm now. And it's like, wait, what do you mean that's been happening? What do you mean it's been happening? Like this, right? The fact that people can come in the United States illegally and apply for a green card here after getting like a work visa or marrying, into the country or whatever the case is, without actually waiting outside before being allowed in. They can be here for decades and exist this way without having to get their green card because our immigration system is so fucked. It's awful. Like, that's not how immigration is supposed to work. If you're gonna come in legally, which I'm down for, I want legal immigration completely wiped away at this point. Put an immigration moratorium for like a good 15 to 20 years. Deport the illegals. Deport the legals. On visas, travel visas, green cards, the whole shebang. Only keep people from like Western Europe and then maybe the Japanese, because they are honorary whites, but maybe, okay? Alright. Deport all these people, and then in 15 to 20 years, we can start slowly but surely kind of having more people come in, but very limited quantities and from very specific countries, specifically from Western Europe. And if Western Europe still has Muslims, then we will actually do ancestry tests. Like, there. That would be my perfect immigration policy, myself, frankly. Uh, because what do you like? They shouldn't be coming in and then applying for a green card from within. That's not how it fucking works. Like, you don't break into the country and then be asked if you're allowed in. No, you like, you're a visitor. You're supposed to be or maybe even a guest. Like, if you actually want to become a citizen, you wait your turn outside the country, because you don't. It's not a human right to live around white people, even though the Browns act like it. But let's actually read the article at hand to get the details here. The Trump administration announced Friday that non-citizens who have applied for a green card will be required to leave the United States indefinitely in order to obtain lawful permanent resident status, and a major change to federal immigration policy. The shift will impact 1.2 million legal immigrants with pending green card applications for legal permanent residence, according to the Cato Institute, who will be required to self-deport under the new policy. Immigrants in the United States, including the spouses of American citizens and their minor children, have previously been able to apply for the so-called adjustment of status from within the country. I'm surprised it's only 1.2 million. I figured it'd be more, because I think about at least half of the census should be deported. Because right now we have like about 330 million Americans, is what the census says. But you have to actually dig through them to figure out what's actually American, because anchor babies count as American, right? These people with green card holders are Americans. For basically their citizenship, right? Then the ones that actually have become legit citizenships over the years. The ones that are using Social Security as a scam to get or either stealing people's Social Security or given a new one with the immigration lawyers to get jobs, which happens all the time. Part of Doge, even though it died very quickly. Actually, hold on. Sorry, the black pill. I know it's supposed to be a white pill, but I just want to point out something that people have forgotten. Doge was supposed to only last a year and a half, and it lasted like 6 months. It was supposed to be a huge government overhaul that will last a year and a half, and it was supposed to be dismantled on July 4th, 2026. So in a couple months, it was supposed to be dismantled as a celebration of the 250th anniversary of America. As it's supposed to be the sweeping reforms it was supposed to do to get rid of government corruption. And because, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. It was supposed to be this huge deal. And it lasted about 6 months. Because of how much fraud they found was astronomical. And they didn't actually want to deal with it properly. And Congress voted against actually doing the Doge reforms. And then Elon Musk left the government because he gave up. Now, Elon Musk is not a perfect angel in any way, shape, or form, but still not great. And then there was Big Balls, who got beaten up by blacks, as per usual, for stopping a carjacking happening in Washington, D.C. Which, to be fair, that is a white pill in a way, because that incident helped convince Trump to send the National Guard within D.C. to slow the crime. So, I mean, not great, but not but it actually was a benefit in the end. But needless to say, Doge was a failure because of all those different factors, and it was supposed to, it didn't even last until the date. Like, but like, that phrase I just said, right? There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. Well, apparently there is a temporary government program. It's the one that actually gets rid of the fraud the politicians are committing, because the politicians don't actually want to be held accountable. That's how you get a temporary government program, apparently. I love our system. There. But anyway, this is supposed to be a white pill. I made like 3 tangents within 5 minutes there. My apologies. But I'm pretty sure there's probably more than 1.2 million. But again, it's supposed to be a legal status, so it should be pretty easy to track. And a lot of them don't actually bother with their green card, because what's the point of going through the whole arduous process? Well, you can still get all the benefits, and if not more benefits for being here illegally. So I guess it kind of makes sense. But I'm glad they're supposed to self-deport. However, I'm not sure how they're going to enforce this. Excuse me. Oh, burping. Sorry. In the 2024 fiscal year, 782,770 migrants obtained lawful permanent residency through adjustment of status. I hate that. They should all be deported. All of them. All of them. I don't care where they're from. Deport them. Even from Western Europe, deport them. We're referring to the original intent of the law that ensures aliens navigate our nation's immigration system properly. From now on, an alien who is in the United States temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply, except in extraordinary circumstances. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, Zach Culler said in a statement. Okay, what's those extraordinary circumstances? Because I can guarantee you half of those million will probably find a way to abuse it. Okay, maybe half is a bit too much. Half is probably too much. But a good chunk of them will try to apply those extraordinary circumstances to not have to go back to their home country to apply for their green card. Also, 782,770 migrants attained lawful permanent residency through adjustment of status in 2024. Almost a million! Almost a million! And then we wonder why our jobs keep on fucking taken, right? Like, we have the DEI policies that block white men from actually getting a job. And we wonder why there's a birth rate crisis, because men can't get jobs or given to women for Jew daycare purposes. But on top of that, these immigrants literally are taking the jobs because they shouldn't be in the first place. That's almost a million in just 1 year. In 1 year, that's almost a million. Like, they all need to go. They all fucking need to go. If everyone has arrived after the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, okay? Like, except unless you're from, like, Western Europe. But even then, I'm kind of at my limit here, right? Just needs to go. Need to go. Then we wonder why, like, people can't get a fucking job because it's all given to these immigrants. And then there's the H-1Bs, and then there's the illegals working underneath the table, and then there's the DI policies, and then there's the fucking women. Then we wonder why we're having such a crisis, a financial crisis, a birth rate crisis, a crisis dating crisis, everything crisis. This is it. Ah! I know it's supposed to be a white pill, but I'm still crashing out because I just... There's so many things wrong with our society, and the only way to fix them is with Hitler. And unfortunately, there's no Hitler, so here we are. Anyways. This policy allows our immigration system to function as the law intended instead of incentivizing loopholes, Collar added. Yes, that's literally how it's supposed to be. Why did we allow this to happen? Oh, the happy merchant said so. Okay, that makes more sense. When aliens apply from the home country, it reduces the need to find and remove those who decide to slip into the shadows and remain in the United States legally after being denied residency here. Under new policy, green card petitioners will be required to wait for their application to be processed outside the country through consular processing by the State Department. The policy is in line with the Trump administration's position that non-citizens in the country on student, tourist, or temporary work visas should not use their permission as a launching point to obtain a green card. Good. Also, don't let the fucking Chinese in. But I guess this is supposed to be a white pill, right? It's still better than nothing, okay? Check out my blessings. It's not Kamala. We gotta vote our way out of this. We gotta vote our way out of this. We don't have a Rupert Lowe or a funny mustache man after all. We just gotta keep on voting our way out of this. Duh. Weimar problems are Weimar solutions. True and real. Where are the Weimar solutions? Where was I at? Our system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over, Collar said. Their visit should not function as a first step in the green card process. Well, we shouldn't allow them in the first place. They're clearly abusing the system. We clearly have too many loopholes. We're clearly not actually enforcing the system. Like, why should we allow them in the first place? What is the benefit of having a third world shithole coming in, right? Like, Western Europe makes more sense because we descend from them. You know, our ancestors built America coming from Britain and Germany. I guess a little bit of Frenchies here and there, right? You know, the Dutch. You know, but like not even Eastern Europe is a huge benefit either because that was the original racism, Slavs versus the Germanics, right? But like a third world shithole, they never even developed the wheel, right? Or they love their favorite pastimes getting run over by trains, right? Their national predator. Can't get, you know, we have to feed them with our tax dollars. Like, why? What's the benefit of having them? Why should they even come over here in the first place? It's not even like, I mean, tourism could be the only like possible explanation that I might be relatively okay with, because tourism is a big industry that does boost the economy and not just for the line go up, but it is really good for local businesses. However, even then, the tourist visa is one of the loopholes that they do to come here illegally. Where they come here and be like, oh, I'm just here for a week to go see the Big Apple or Florida or California, whatever the case is. And they just don't leave, and we don't track them down. And then they work under the table. This is mostly an Eastern European process that they do. Until eventually they can either find an American to get a green card with, or apply for a job that will give them a work visa, and then basically stay here for the rest of their life. So unless we can have like a tourist official following them around every step of the way, or we actually try to track them down properly, which requires a huge state surveillance issue, which is difficult because I don't want to support digital ID. I don't want mass surveillance, right? It's gonna be hard to handle it. There. So, but we should just not let them in. Seriously, just lock down the country. Just do an immigration moratorium. That's literally the only way to actually fix this problem. Here. Sorry, I'm cracking my back here because I was neat maxing, crunching up in my shell. You mean you don't want to support the CCP? No. No. Believe it or not, I don't like foreigners. If you can't tell, I don't like foreigners. None of this matters if we don't get rid of birthright citizenship. Even if we kick them out, they can always come back on some visa, pop out a kid, and bam, anchor baby. Yeah. Which the Supreme Court is supposed to be deciding on birthright citizenship. It's been weeks. It's been weeks since it went to the Supreme Court, and we have heard no result, yay or nay. It just seems to be on the back burner right now, because they know what the answer is, but they don't want to go through with it because half the Supreme Court is fucking women. You should get women out of politics. And the other half actually know the answer, but they can't do it without a full, without majority approval there. Plus, it would really fuck up the country. Because if you strip birthright citizenship, the amount of deportations would skyrocket, which would be a good thing. But that goes against what the happy merchants want. So. Anyway, back to the article here. I'm trying to calm down a little bit. I'm trying to calm down a little bit as I'm stretching my neck. Here, stiff. Where is it at? There we go. New policy frees up limited USCIS resources to focus on processing other cases that fall under its purview, including visas for victims on violent crime and human trafficking, naturalizing applications, and other priorities according to the agency. How about we just don't naturalize anybody? I just want to point that out. And I also like, no, I don't want victims for violent crime and human trafficking. No, I don't care. I'm sorry your country's a shithole. Doesn't mean you have a right to come to mine because you're a victim of violent crime and human trafficking. Like, if you really want to seek asylum, just go to the nearest country that's closest to your culture and language that will allow you in. And I can guarantee you, it's not going to be the Western world, because the Western world does not have violent crime and human trafficking to the same levels that the Third World does. Like, obviously we have it to a certain extent because humans aren't perfect, even if they are white and Aryan. But it's insane the discrepancy between whites and then the nons when it comes to this stuff. And it doesn't mean you have the right to come. You don't have the right to be around white people. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. Fuck off. I don't want you here. I don't need to hear your sob story. Most of the time, these are all made up anyway, just to get these people in. So awfully suspicious that they're all, fighting age of males. The law was written this way for a reason, and despite the fact that it's been ignored for years, following it will help make our system fairer and more efficient, the USCIS spokesman argued. Agreed. Though I don't want us to be fair or more efficient, I want them all gone. But hey, once again, beggars can't be choosers. I know I'm being very mean, or I know I'm being unfair. I know Trump isn't the funny mustache man. He's not the final solution. It's better than nothing. It's better than Kamala, right? Kamala wouldn't be even doing this. She'd be allowing more in, be Biden 2.0. if not actually worse, because getting revenge for Trump existing in the first place. But still, so this is good. This is good. This is good. I can't complain. I can't complain. Gotta take the wins. Gotta take the wins. It's unclear if Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) will start targeting green card applicants for deportation. I fucking hope they do. I don't know how. Like, it can't be that hard, right? You have all their information on them because they are part of the green card process. So long as they didn't lie about anything about it, which I'm sure some of them did, but you can find a way to track them down. Everyone is being surveyed, right? Everyone, there's a huge, we do have a surveillance state already as it is. So, listen, I'm not a fan of it, but hey, they'll use the powers for good, right? So just go after them. Critics of the new policy claim that it'll force legal immigrants waiting for green cards to start the process over, and will lead to exodus of talented migrants. They're not talented. They're scammers. Get them out of here. Like, when this news dropped a couple days ago, like over the weekend, the amount of Indians crashing out was insane and delicious. It's like, too bad. They see America as an economic zone. They don't see it as a country. They don't see it as a nation. They don't see it as a culture, right? They don't see Americans as people. They see it as an economic zone that they can come in and leech off of and send remittances back to their home country because they're blood and soul nationalists for their own country and not for America. And they are upset that they might get sent back and they can't actually be the leeches that they are. So too bad. Keep on crying, because America is not an economic zone. It's my fucking country. I was born and raised here. My ancestors built this country. I can trace my ancestry to the Civil War, at the very least. Probably further than that if I actually took a DNA test. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. America is a white country. Not some durable shithole that you're trying to make it to be. Indians are too stupid to understand culture. As much as I will shit on Indians because they love shit, they do understand culture. But they only care about their culture. That's why they have Izzat in the first place. That's why they have the cow poop throwing festival, which supposedly only just for a tiny little country, in the middle of India that nobody's ever heard about, right? And not all Indians. Too bad. Too bad. Go to Amazon, Indian Amazon, you can see the difference there. Like, they definitely do have a culture, and they do understand culture, but part of their culture is fucking over as many people as they can. They're like the happy merchants of browns. Indians are just low IQ, tiny hats. I kid you not. They're just as schemy. They're just as aversive. They just don't have the IQ to be smart about it. And they openly, I guess the tiny hats also openly brag about it. But they usually do it in Hebrew instead. Hence why Twitter doesn't have the automatic translation on Hebrew, but for every language. Right? So, they definitely understand culture. They just don't have any respect for white culture. I should say European. Actually, not even white culture, right? Because white culture is too all-inclusive, because American culture is different than British culture, even though we originated from them. But there's a very clear difference. British culture is different from German culture. German culture is different from, Northern Italian culture. Like, they're all different. They're all white, but they all are very different. But because they're white, they don't have any respect for us, because they're jealous of us for actually building and taking over the world and advancing civilization, and they can't do it. But they were more than happy to live around us. Because they're leeches. I still have to finish this article. Critics of the new policy claim it will force legal immigrants. Okay, I already read this. Trump's USCIS just told 500,000 immigrants who enter the United States lawfully to leave the country and start over. Representative James Walkinshaw, Democrat, Virginia, wrote on X. For years, Trump said he supported legal immigration process and that people just had to follow the rules. That was always a lie. No, it literally is the rules. So you're supposed to apply for a green card in your home country. This is enforcing the rules. Frankly, I don't think we should have a green card in the first place. But since we do, it literally is the rules that you're not supposed to show up in America and then just apply for the green card from within. You're supposed to wait your turn in your home country, no matter how fucking shitty it is, because congratulations, this is your people. So he is actually following the rules there. Representative Ten Liu, Democrat, California, argued that the stupid green card policy will help competitors such as China and Russia. No, it actually would help America significantly, because there's a good chunk of Chinese and Russians that do try to use the green card policy to fuck us over and are spies, actually. So sending them back is actually a good thing. Also, once again, most of the green cards aren't actually high-skilled immigrants because they don't actually exist. We have the talent here as it is. Like, yeah, you're trying to... This guy's trying to do the whole patriotic stance of like, oh, fuck China and Russia, when it's actually quite subversive and throwing Americans under the bus. When we have the talent, we just need to train them and stop being a service economy and start actually being a manufacturing economy again. From offshoring and bringing in these so-called talented individuals. The United States will have a significant exodus of top researchers, scientists, and industry leaders in multiple fields, ranging from medicine technology to advanced manufacturing, Liu argued. Right. Prostate exit out. Most of them actually aren't that, and if they aren't, well, guess what? That leaves room for a white man to actually get the job, because they've been discriminated against for so long. Point blank, the policy is a disgrace. Representative Yvette Clarke, Democrat, New York, wrote on X, "It'll rip talented, hardworking immigrants out of America and the economy, congest an already overburdened backlog. Well, maybe we should start getting rid of them then. And further break an already broken immigration system, and that's by design." Well, I'm glad we can agree that our immigration system is broken. Maybe we should just wipe it off altogether and start over again. This administration This administration has made the pain of immigrants a priority, and it won't change until there's no one left to hurt. That's a good thing. You don't have the right to be here. They should be pain. Because guess what? It should be an arduous process to get to America, because you don't have the right just to come here. You were born and raised in your foreign country, with your own poor people. They don't bother assimilating 99.9% of the time. And if any, actually there's, oh my god. Well, if they're so trained so they could actually make their home country better, that we would actually take these people and beneficial to our country, it doesn't actually of out there. Personally, myself, because I don't care about the third world shitholes. Most of these doctors and engineers aren't actually doctors and engineers. They have fake degrees. They are allowed in because they're foreigners. They're purposely discriminating against actual white American men. Like, they're not as smart as they claim to be. There really is not much of a brain drain happening there when it comes to the third world. But it is a leftist argument you can use to kind of get them at their own game, because they try to have double standards. They'll pick whatever standard they can and a moral policing that it was beneficial for them at that time. And right now, it's beneficial for them to be like, oh, America, I love America so much, you know, fuck China and Russia, yeehaw, you know. But then as soon as it's beneficial for them, they'll go the complete opposite and say America's on stolen land, and we're racist, and, you know, white people are evil again. And then they fuck up and kill the people on operating tables, exactly. If you have a black doctor, run. Or brown doctor in general, run. Chances are, they got in on significantly lesser degrees. Like the GPA standards for nons are significantly lower than it is for Asians and for whites because of DEI policies. You don't really want that person operating on for you. There. But anyway, despite how negative I'm being about this is still a white pill that Trump is actually trying to do something to solve it. It's not the full mile, right? He's not actually the final solution, right? He's not the funny mustache man that the left thinks he is, so I so desperately wish. But it is still a good thing. And I hope it gets enforced properly. That's going to be the big question, is how they're going to enforce it. Because they can say this, right, but if not actually going to enforce it, it doesn't actually solve it. But it is the right step in the right direction. And for as critical as I've been to Trump recently, or I mean the past year or so, it is a white pill. So we should take it. We should take the win that is as it is, because it is a step in the right direction here. Yeah. I only needed surgery once, but thank God I had a white doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad that you had one too. I'm scared. I'm so fucking scared. If something happens to me, I'm gonna have a non for a doctor. Like, it's like a few years ago, I thought I had sleep apnea, and to be fair, I kind of still wonder if I have sleep apnea. But there's only one sleep clinic in my area without me having to drive hours to go to a different one. It's already a bit far away from me as it is. And I show up there, and I had an Indian doctor. The sleep specialist was an Indian with a heavy accent, and he completely dismissed me because I had sciatica at the time at the same time. And on one hand, I kind of understand it because sciatica, right? Kind of interrupts with your sleep. But the whole reason why I was trying to take care of the sleep apnea problem is because with the sciatica and what I thought was sleep apnea at the time, I was becoming so insufferable that I needed both problems fixed because I've had this issue for a very long time, where I struggle sleeping, but it was becoming intolerable with the sciatica. So it's like I was able to kind of like deal with it, but with both the sciatica and that, it was just too much. And he just dismissed me because I had the sciatica. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna just give up now because I don't want to drive hours to go to the next sleep clinic. And I'm just gonna just suffer through it, I guess, because, the sciatica is kind of a reasonable explanation there. Now my sciatica's gone, and the sleep issue still kind of persists, but I'm functional enough, so therefore it's fine. But I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll die when I'm 30. Well, I'm already planning on dying when I'm 30 anyways, depending on my status. So it could actually work out regardless. There. Normalize asking for white doctors and refusing to engage with Indians. I don't know if I could do that, I'll be honest. Yeah, I guess going back to the chud woke thing, right? I think I'm too much of a woman to do that. Because that would definitely raise me on the axe chud situation on the side of the things. But like, that would cause so much point of contention with the doctors that I would just leave the place, right? I would just try to go someplace else. If it's something severe enough, I'll drive hours or whatever the case is. Unless I'm in like the hospital because of, ambulance 911 situation. Maybe it'll be a different story, right? Where I might actually put my foot down in that case because it's not worth the risk, right? But at the same time, that's a little bit too confrontational for me personally. So. All fake chud confirmed. I'm sorry. Woman can't be based. I keep on telling you this. I keep on saying woman can't be based. I'm just proving it for even more so. Oh, where did my mouse go? My mouse just disappeared. Okay, what's this? Hold on. Let's see. It's almost 11 o'clock. I have a couple more topics, but I did ask for a React Sloppa vid for tonight. So what I think I'll do is we'll do a React Sloppa vid, and then if there's still time, I'll go over an article that I had because it's a very interesting article. But we'll take a break from the article reading here, and we'll do a React Sloppa. Now the question is, what React Sloppa should I do? Because once again, you guys gave me a ton of different videos. And there's two of them that I was debating on. And as a woman, I can't make decisions. So we got the boys finale or psychology here. Very two different things. We got some culture war things that'd be funny to laugh at, or we got the fact that you can't talk to some people because of psychological differences. Here. I'm kind of leaning towards the boys as like a lighthearted fun thing to do. Here. And trust me, I know that there's a lot of you guys, like I said, you sent me a lot of React videos. So if I don't get it tonight, don't worry about it, because I have a whole ass folder now just full of Reacts. Oh, here. So tired of the boys, everyone does them. Yeah, but I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it. So. But Okay, I think I wanted The Boys, just for the fun, shits and giggles, right? Something a little bit more lighthearted, because that's what I was kind of aiming for, um, with the reacts today. There we go. Okay. Oh, so disclaimer: I have not watched a single episode of The Boys. Okay, I'm coming in here. Just my knowledge comes from Arch and Sargon, right? Or I guess mostly Arch. From all the years I've listened to the Archcast, because it's been a discussion of topic for a very long time now. It's been like 5 seasons. I know it started off very strong. Season 1, everybody loved it, and then everyone's favorite character was this guy Homelander because they don't know how to write an actual right wing villain, and then they try to like make him more and more like Trump as possible, as like social commentary for how awful evil Trump is. But and they just made him more and more based, in the process of it, and more love. So they constantly put him through like all these humiliation rituals and make fun of him, including the ending of the season, with the whole like wanting to suck his dick and stuff. So like I know about it because I've heard the topic being discussed quite a few times. But after hearing how hyper political it went after season 1, I was like, I'm not gonna touch this. Plus, there's been like I've seen some scenes and clips of it too, where it's like very sexual and degenerate. Like I get they're like these superheroes are actually like, morally gray, more like villains, edgy like this, because there's been so much overdone happy-go-lucky good goody two-shoes superheroes there, and so they wanted someone more dark and edgy. But like I don't really like content that's like super sexual and degenerate. Like I'm this despite how much I talk about my rape fetish, right? Like I don't really like entertainment that is like basically porn, if unless I'm watching porn, right? Like if I'm horny, I'll watch porn when I'm horny. But if I just want some like entertainment on the side because after like a hard day's work, or whatever the case is, I don't want to watch this kind of stuff. And I've seen this like very grotesque scenes from this show too. I'm like, I'm gonna pass on this. I'm just gonna pass on this here. The entire show is them making fun of conservatives and accusing us of what they're doing. That's basically what I've heard about it. And it's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother with watching this show. I'll just have other people watch it for me, like a good Floyd.
Well, what if we share a different destiny? Something a little more scorched earth. Shock and awe. Blood and bone. Oh, second, please. I'll do anything. You want me to eat shit? I'll eat your shit.
Please, Lord, do anything. I'll fucking suck your dick. If you want me to eat your shit, I'll eat your fucking shit on NASCAR's front lawn. Well, that's a pretty good meme right there. So I did watch Endgame, that's for sure. Oh my god! The Chud Alert! The Chud Alert's absolutely beautiful. I love this Chud Alert so much. I have it in the videos here.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
Oh, that's where this meme's coming from? Yes. Because like I've seen the clip. It's been such a cultural discourse the past few days, ever since the season finale came out. It's like that Homeland is supposed to be Trump, is my understanding. Once again, not actually watching the show myself, but Homelander's supposed to be Trump, and they're about to kill him, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna actually suck your dick, I'll eat shit, this huge humiliation ritual because they hate conservatives and Trump so fucking much. But then literally there was already a Trump assassination attempt just a couple of years ago, right? We're getting close to the 2-year anniversary of it, where he literally gets shot in the fucking ear, and he does the exact opposite of it. Like he immediately stands up and puts his fist in the air and goes, fight, 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 fight. I know, and then there's like this aura farming picture that's been taken, with him with the blood trailing down his neck, and the Secret Service and members trying to like hold him up with the fist up. And there's another photo of like the bullet just whizzing past his ear too, because like I said, it just scrapes him because it missed, like it just barely missed him. So it's just like they're trying to be like, oh, this is what Trump would do if he's about to die by via Homelander, but like he literally had an assassination attempt on him, barely missed him by like a few millimeters from just completely carving out his skull, and yet they're trying to display him as being weak and and just a huge embarrassment with this scene. Just this doesn't actually line up, but they don't care about that because it's Hollywood, right? It's the tiny little hats with their little grubby rubbing hands here. They just want to hate the rights because they hate how popular it's become. Oh, there was one of Hitler.
Greetings, you over 1 million practitioners of common sense and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. The Boys series on Amazon has finally come to an end, or as some might say, it's been put out of its misery.
This. Fuck off.
Just over a month ago, The Boys creator P.E.P.E. told The Hollywood Reporter that he
Speaking of happy merchants, that's a rat physiognomy if I've ever seen one.
was anxious about the fan reaction to the final episode, and now we all know why. That anxiety was justified.
A lot of shows outsmart themselves, and they say, the audience really wants this, so we're not going to give it to them. And, and then everyone ends up super disappointed. And I live in terror of that.
Oh, bullocks.
P.E.P.E. on how he's girding his loins for the season 5 finale. Well, I hope he was wearing a cup. Oh, and we will certainly get to the dizzying parallels between our current political reality and all the stuff they conveniently left out. The Hollywood Reporter asks him in this April 7th article, what most excites you about the final season of The Boys? Excites is the wrong word. What makes me most anxious about the final season is really hoping we land the plane. It's super hard to do a finale. Fans will retroactively judge the show based on how they feel about the finale. If we stiff it, they will definitely say, well, that show wasn't as good as we thought it was.
Okay, not to give him credit here. However, he's technically kind of right, but not at the same time. So it is hard for them to do a finale, right? Because you're trying to tie up all the loose ends, you're trying to give a satisfactory ending, you're trying to please the fans, right? And if it's a lot of people don't actually really want the show to end, but at a certain point the show does need to end. Especially if like a supernatural situation where it just drags on for ages and it should have died years ago. But it's not easy to deliver with that and make everyone happy because there's always going to be something that kind of got fucked up because they are human. Excuse me. However, when you're but when you're basing a show off previous material, like The Boys does have a comic. I do know that, right? And a lot of times TV shows and movies don't actually follow the comic to a T. They make different changes here and there. And from what I've heard, because once again, haven't watched the show, right? Okay, so I probably shouldn't be commentating on this too much, but I am anyways. From what I've heard, they've definitely deviated off the beaten path of the comic. Like Homelander wasn't even supposed to be, as insane or as such a villain as he actually is. But they turn him into it because once again, as a representative of Trump, as a commentary about the right and how evil they are, because we haven't had decades of that already. And so there's that factor too. So you're never gonna make the fans happy because you are already going off the beaten path by adapting a comic or like anime. Anime has the problem too, right? Into like a show, and then another factor is that the writing has just quality has just decreased substantially over the past like 10 to 15 years now. Even in Japan, they're kind of facing this problem. Bringing up the anime thing, right? I don't think I've heard a single popular show in the past, let's say 6 years now, because anime got a huge boost with COVID, right? The anime tourists came in, the hoodweebs came in. I don't think I've heard a single show actually have a good finale in the past 10 years, both Western and Japanese. Like there's always problems with it there. And like Western makes a bit more sense because you have the DEI writers, you have the politics being injected in it. You have just the fact that they can't write in general. There's no creativity there. But you not like with anime it's a little bit more surprising. Because it's like the Japanese don't have these problems. They don't have DEI, right? They're still a patriarchal society for the most part. I mean, obviously they have women in the workforce, but it's not as, let's say, woke or as, filled with feminism as it is here in the West on certain issues. They're more conservative, more traditional as a general rule of thumb, right? But they still have this problem. So it's more, seems like once again a more recent problem in the modern age. Or maybe it's just because, we're living through it that it seems to be so bad. Uh there. But it's definitely a case in the West because of the politics. Like 100% because of the politics that has gotten so bad here. So he's, like I said, he's technically right, but a lot of it is self-inflicted at the same time. Hmm.
Prophetic words, because lo and behold, that's exactly what's happening right now. The comparisons are already out there with the Game of Thrones finale, the Stranger Things finale, and now the Boys finale. Thing is, 2 of those finales came this year, but at least Game of Thrones was good for a few seasons and Stranger Things was good for a couple of seasons. Some may or may not agree with that, and that's fair, but let's be real, The Boys hasn't been good since season 1. Now the point
Yeah, because I never watched Game of Thrones because it was a big thing when I was a kid. Like, it started off that way. Maybe I should have paused here because her ass is kind of out, but at least she's hot, right? Until she fucked up her face. Um, yeah, I never watched Game of Thrones because I wasn't allowed to as a kid because had sex scenes and violence and all this other fun stuff. By the time I became a teenager, it was already ending, and then I've heard people still talk about how horrible the season finale was for season 8 to this day, and how there's a quality decrease from like season 6, season 7, and then season 8 was just such a shit show and stuff. So it's just like I'm not gonna bother watching it. That doesn't really interest me, right? Because once again, I don't really like things that are more grotesque, very heavily sexual, right? Like I don't like sex scenes in my shows, and I know there's a lot of them in Game of Thrones. I'm just like, I'll pass on it. Stranger Things I did watch until like season 3, I think. I remember watching season 1 when it was all the rage, and it's like, okay, it's an okay show, not too bad. I watched season 2, and I thought season 2 was better than season 1, and actually kind of got me into the show for a little bit. But then I watched season 3, and it's like, okay, this is just woke nonsense. Like, it was already fair in season 1 and season 2, but season 3 just made it a million times worse. And so I was like, okay, I'm out of here. I don't think it even finished season 3, but I can't remember. It's been so long. But then it took them years to get through to the end of the show in season 5. And this all the the rape scene with, I think it was it Will, if I remember correctly. Like just being violated by tentacles. Like, it's hot when it's a woman, right? But when it's a boy and he's already gay and all this fun stuff, it's just like, I don't think that's the implication that you want there. Yeah, okay. Anyways. Um yeah. Yeah. So it's just been one shit show after the other. Oh, and then what was the other one? Now the boys. Well, yeah, I've already said my stance on boys here. Hmm. But honestly, with any show, if I hear that the season finale is bad, or that the last couple seasons are bad, I just don't really bother watching it. Because what's the point of getting invested in something that just is an absolute failure at the end? Like, doesn't actually give you a satisfying ending. Like, I might make exceptions for something that's really good until the very end of the show, right? Or like, because like once again, finales are hard to write, but that hasn't been the case in so long. So like, what's the point? A lot of these shows start dying after like the last couple seasons, anyway. So yeah. The only exception, once again, I might give is Supernatural, because there's like what 15 seasons of Supernatural, and the first 5 seasons are amazing. And then after that, it's like cool. It's hit and miss, but you can basically stop at like any time with Supernatural, right? So like you can stop at season 5 where we're supposed to end, or you can go on a little bit longer until you get fatigued, and then you're good, right? There's really no actual true ending in the supernatural because they carried on that show until the end of time. But these shows that have like 5 seasons or 8 seasons and they start declining like halfway through, what's the point? What's the point here?
Was out came in season 2 when they did the girls get it done thing and then went on to do the thing they just mocked when the girls got it done by beating the crap out of the gender swap from the comic Stormfront because women could be Nazis too.
So revolutionary, it's so bold and so
I'm a woman Nazi.
brilliant.
But that was only the beginning with this show that is a satirical parody that became a parody of itself, including but not limited to, in no particular order, spinning off the boys' universe into the VCU, the VOT cinematic universe. Never mind that it's not cinematic, and of course people are going to say, don't you get it? They're leading into the joke.
Fuck is all that?
Yeah, by becoming the joke. Starting with Gen V, which was supposed to be the heir apparent. Unfortunately, nobody watched and it was canceled. Then there's the VOT Rising prequel featuring Soldier Boy, which much
Listen, I'm just gonna say Jensen Ackles is hot as fuck. So I will appreciate any time a clip of him pulls up on screen, no matter how bad the show is. Anyways.
Of season 5 of The Boys was sacrificed to set up, and The Boys Mexico. The only problem with this expansion is The Boys TV series was, and always will be about Homelander, who's dead now, along with the show and, yes, the VOT cinematic universe. Because showrunner Eric Kripke thought it was a much better idea to forego and sacrifice any of the twists and turns and complexity from Garth Ennis's comics to give us 5 seasons of Homelander as Trump, get it?
When we first pitched the show, it was before Trump was elected. And the idea that a celebrity would actively want to turn themselves into a fascist autocrat was kind of a crazy idea. I mean, it still is.
A fascist autocrat. Trump is a fascist autocrat. I don't think he understands the words that he's using. Now, to be fair, I'm a dumb woman and I don't understand the words I use either. But I definitely don't think he is. Actually, you know what? I'll take that back. He does know. He does know the words he's using. But he knows he's using it incorrectly because he's just dog whistling, right? He's saying the right words to have the right message, to push the fact that Trump is a dictator, right? He is literally Hitler. I wish he was, but he's not. You know, all that fun stuff that the left keeps on pushing and to make people go more and more insane. So the lefties and the normies that do lap this shitty show up get indoctrinated into that message more and more as the years pass. So yeah, he does know what he's doing. Never mind, never mind.
But it turned out to have happened. But we sort of lucked into whose metaphor is really about the moment we're living in, which is the cross-section of celebrity and authoritarianism. And so like once we realized that, we're like, well,
I do say the reaction GIFs for the show is actually really good. But then again, it's only because of Homelander being a good character. I only know he's a good character from these GIFs and these clips. Because by trying to make him into being this evil thing, by being this parody of trying to make him into Trump and all that fun stuff, they actually made a character that people like. Hence why they are going with this whole humiliation ritual.
we have to go all the way. And so every season we've just pushed it.
I'm the Homelander, and I can do whatever the I want.
And unsurprisingly, for the 5th season in a row, the boys are spending their time trying to figure out a way to kill Homelander, who, after the events of season 4, not only has aspirations to run the country, now he wants to be a god.
I am the Messiah. I'm the savior of the world.
A season many of the fans who hung on were calling filler, which is an accurate description. A redundant multiple MacGuffin chase enclosed in a mystery box. And we all know what's inside of that.
Let's see what's in the box! Nothing!
So So after spending a season finding out whether or not the MacGuffin superhero virus actually works on just superheroes, all while trying to prevent Homelander getting the other MacGuffin, V1, which will make him immortal, leaning into the trademark ripping people in half constantly or excessive talks about buttholes, including bringing back Paul Reiser's The Legend to talk about eating buttholes.
So, Geisha told me to eat her golden ass.
I dined at that establishment back in '78, and the service was great.
Bruh.
Or superhero snip.
See, that's what I mean, right? Like, I know it's more leftist, it's crude, they think it's funny, they're trying to be like safe horny by talking about this stuff, but also being degenerate at the same time. And they're trying to like, but it's disgusting. I don't like it when shows do this kind of stuff. It's just like, stop, get some help. Everything has to be about sex and assholes and everything like that. Like, you can make women hot, right? Don't have ugly women. You know, give her tits and ass, but you don't have to make everything about sex.
Sniffing buttholes, and an entire season of the audience just trying to figure out what Starlight is saying that has nothing to do with all the plastic surgery the actress said she didn't have.
Why haven't you tried to spring them before? Why next character wolf slash do you meet fat?
Oh yeah, that's another thing I've seen about this show, right? Is the actress. I skipped a little bit too far, frankly. But is the actress for this lady, like, I've seen the before and after she got her facial surgery, right, the plastic surgery, and it's just like, holy shit. I know the tiny hats hate beautiful blonde woman, though to be fair, her hair is probably dyed, or at least dyed to be a brighter blonde than it naturally is. But I know they hate white women in general, and so there's this huge psyop within Hollywood to make them get plastic surgery to turn them into monstrosities. But still, she was gorgeous. Like a solid, like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Though again, I'm coming from the woman's perspective, so I know men have different opinions on this stuff. And to like this thing, this alien creature, and it's just like, why did you do that to yourself? We need to ban buccal fat removal for women. White women, at least. Like, seriously.
Next character wolf slash do you meet fat?
And ladies, please don't do that.
Thank you. See, here's the differences. Like, she looks so good. And he's got a little bit like I'm getting like a baby face vibe after her. Like, I think she's like 20 if I remember correctly when she started this, and then she just like I've seen worse pictures of her after the surgery. Like, this doesn't still look that bad, even though it's heavily makeup on it. She's got a lot of makeup on this one too. But like, just different. Just don't.
To yourselves. We get to a season finale which can be best described as a fart in the wind. And sticking with the theme of anuses, we open up the finale with Frenchie's funeral, where they're reading his last will and testament where he talks about buttholes.
I do have something to give you. The knowledge that I've seen each and every one of your assholes.
Excuse me?
In this episode called Blood and Bone, which is a callback to a conversation.
Okay, so I wanna pull this up. I'm sure everybody's seen this image before, right? But I'm surprised Neurotic didn't use this photo, because this is a much better one. This is like the infamous photo comparing her. Just night and day. Night and day. Barely the same fucking woman. Like, if you told me it's the same woman, I would not believe you. Like, it's just... And she's clearly wearing even more makeup right now in this photo, too. Like, there's already a lot of makeup on her, right? She's got the foundation, she's got eyeshadow, mascara, eyeliner, lipstick going on here, the little bit of eyebrow stuff too, probably a little bit of blush there. So she's wearing about 5 layers of makeup, but it's like 10 layers right here. Plus she looks like an alien from the buccal fat removal surgery. I'd like just ban it. Just fucking ban it here. She looks way older. Yes. Like I said, I think she was like 19 or 20 when she started the show. So she's like 25 now, if I remember correctly. But like, just like, so obviously she's gonna age, but like she would still look roughly the same at 25 because she's not hitting the wall yet at 30. But now she looks like she's like 40, and then some. Anyway, back to the video.
Butcher and Homelander had earlier in the series, where I'm sure many were wondering who lives and who dies as the chess pieces come together in this big fantastic ending. And since we're so far off the comics anyway, we might actually see some scorched earth. Well, sorry, spoilers. Instead of scorched earth, think stained carpet, and most everybody survives. Now, A-Train was killed earlier on in the season, and the aforementioned Frenchie was killed in the penultimate episode, but of the prominent characters, everyone's still around, and guess what they need to do? Find a way to kill Homelander, who, thanks to Soldier Boy handing him the V1, is now immortal. Essentially, the plot is the remaining boys have to infiltrate the White House, and they get some help from a conscience-stricken Ashley Barrett in the last minute so they can prevent Homelander from giving his speech announcing his divinity.
You deserve a god who doesn't die. A god who fights back. A god you can believe in.
One of the biggest of many flaws of this show is Homelander's godhood and actually convincing people to believe it. It may or may not have helped to make him.
I noticed the crosses in the background already, but the crown of thorns obviously made it very apparent that not only they're making fun of Trump, but they're also making fun of Christianity in general, which is what to be expected from a fucking happy merchant in Hollywood trying to demoralize white people and Americans in the process. But just how do normies watch this, honestly? Like, seriously, how do normies actually watch this stuff? I get they're like ostriches with their head in the sand, but this is, and I get I'm hyper political to the point that I have a hard time watching even the classic good stuff from like the 80s and the 90s without seeing the propaganda. And then back then I get angry about it. But this stuff where it's so blatantly in your face, you want to throw up? How? How?
Immortal in the first episode instead of him running around with Soldier Boy so you could do a soft pilot for another series instead of him being immortal for just 2 episodes. And that probably would have helped showrunner Eric Kripke, big Trump fan by the way, avoid the mountain of criticism he is deservedly getting for it feeling contrived and rushed, because that's exactly what it is. And that's why I believe him when he says it's almost like you're trying to secure your legacy with these finales. Well, the show's legacy, and unfortunately it will affect your legacy too, because you don't get to choose that, life will choose it for you. And it's the first finale I've ever done too, so it's not like I have any experience with it. And it shows because, again, this finale is essentially the boys trying to stop a speech where Homelander is trying to convince a public who doesn't believe him that he is a god. Now he does eventually go off.
Okay, so no, I'm probably being a little bit too generous with this guy, this Eric Kripke guy, but you have to get you have to write your first finale somehow, right? It's just like the jobs that like are entry level but require like 5 years of experience doing whatever it is like, well, how am I supposed to get the experience if I never had the job in the first place, you know? Well, one of those cases to a certain degree, but I don't think it's a lack of experience like Neurotic is saying here. I think it's just propaganda. Like, they don't give a shit. Not to mention, with the success of The Boys, the fact that they are trying to do all these spin-off shows, and the fact that he is a happy merchant, doesn't matter if the finale sucks, right? Doesn't matter the show's gone down the drain over the past few seasons. It doesn't matter. He's got the industry connections. He's got the wealth. He's got the power. He'll just be passed on to another project like all these other directors and producers that create more propaganda to demoralize white Americans and make fun of conservatives, and the cycle will continue on whatever the next project is. If they actually did care about merit, all the directors that have made all these movies in the past 10 plus years would have been kicked out of the industry by now. But they haven't, because they only care about the messaging. And so here we are.
Script and says he's going to crush all you puny humans. And it's at that point where Butcher, Kamiko, and Deus Ex Ryan come in and have a big battle in the Oval Office live on television. We're in front of God and everybody. Homelander is depowered by Kamiko, humiliated, offers to suck Butcher's D, and brutally murdered. Oh, and we'll get back to that in just a minute. But just like the rest of season 5, and let's just call it this entire series, it was just a waste of your valuable time. And as far as the character resolution is concerned, if that's what you want to call it, it's abysmal. We'll start with Sister Sage, the smartest woman in the world.
Oh, jeez.
Was that a dildo? Sorry, hold on. Wait a second. Is that lube? That looks like a vibrator of some sort. And with the show, I would not be surprised. Like, why is she putting this, like, thick fluid on it? What? It is? I can't say I'm surprised what I do know about this show, but it's still fucking disgusting.
Smartest woman in the world.
Oh, jeez.
Who helped replicate the Soldier Boy radiation experiments on Kamiko so she can have new powers to take other people's powers. Wonder where they're going with that one. Well, the first test is taking Sister Sage's powers, which works, and Sister Sage, who was the dumbest, smartest person alive I've ever seen in any TV show or film, just becomes the dumbest person alive.
Of course, they made a fat, black, ugly woman the smartest person alive. Though they made her dumb in the process, where her IQ belongs, and she's, the average IQ is 85, plus, drop a few points for being a woman. But of course, they fulfill the role with the black woman initially.
I'm stupid like you guys.
Obviously.
And despite all of the people she murdered or put in prison camps, she's allowed to walk free because she's a diverse woman in a Hollywood production, and we can't have them taking accountability for anything.
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
Speaking of diverse women, all of you who watched that Gen V series, how'd you like your big payoff where they were told to move to Canada? Oh, father was killed by a gift that was given to him by his president wife, Ashley Barrett, a turbine-grade titanium ball gag reinforced with ballistic Kevlar straps that somehow Mother's Milk knew what it was, recognized what it could do, and put in No Father's mouth.
I really need a new job.
The Deep
What? I didn't understand, any of that past 30 seconds. Other than more degeneracy, and that makes me want to throw up.
survives the comics doesn't survive the show. After an Alaskan pipeline disaster that killed billions of fish that was blamed on him, he was banished from the ocean, and after a fight with Starlight, he's pushed into the ocean, where somehow this superhero with super strength, super healing ability, and is bulletproof is killed by an octopus. Well, that's going to start that power scaling argument again that the media literate crowd says is unnecessary. Then there's Billy the Butcher, played by the great Carl Urban, who can call people a cunt better than anybody I've seen in Hollywood, but even that gets a little old.
Because all you can say is oi, 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 cunt, cunt, cunt.
Like the better with a mouth shut.
Well, after...
I just want to point out, I don't understand the editing of this video, sorry, Nerdrotic. But he's censoring fucking shit and stuff like that from both himself and the show, but allows cunt to pass through even though YouTube doesn't like cunt. I know they kind of, they don't even bother making exceptions for Australians, even though it's very popular within their language, but YouTube does not like the "see you next Tuesday" word. And the AI algorithm kind of knows that. Now in live streams it's actually not that big of a deal, because once you get past an hour of a live stream you can get a bit more loose with your language, but for a video it's much harsher. That kind of confuses me, but okay.
Killing Homelander, being rejected by Homelander's son Ryan, and Terror, his dog, dying of old age, which is the only time you might feel anything concerning the show aside from complete boredom and disgust. Butcher decides all the superheroes need to die, and he's going to wait until they're all in the Vought building, put the virus in the sprinkler system, and kill them all until he's stopped by Huey and killed by Huey, which is exactly how it doesn't happen in the comics aside from the act of Huey killing Butcher. Sorry, spoilers. In the comics, the big twist is Black Noir is a clone of Homelander who did all the horrific acts that were pinned on Homelander, and then Black Noir kills Homelander, and then Butcher kills Black Noir. He also kills Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and the female of the species, who was renamed to Kamiko for the show for agency or some shit. Anyway, Butcher dies at the hands of Huey, but unlike in the comics where he manipulates him and dies with a smile on his face, in the show he dies crying and portrayed as a hero, where in the comics he was the villain. Carl Urban is great and everything, but unfortunately his Butcher got lost in the Anthony Starr sauce of Homelander. As far as the rest of the characters go, President Ashley Barrett refuses to resign or accept any accountability for her actions. Sound familiar?
Typical woman. You'll never get accountability or responsibility from a woman. Though, for my slight criticism there of Neurotic, I do want to point out, for someone who hasn't watched the show, like I said, and just gets their knowledge from really Arch, from all the Archcasts I've watched throughout the years, and then internet clips that I've seen from being a lurker online, he does a really good job explaining the differences within the show versus the comic, and then how things are kind of like fucked up between them, and where the show's gone wrong. And this is just a 14-minute little, uh, video here. I'm sure there's probably people out there who've done like multi-hour explanations of the differences, but it's a pretty good summary of it for someone as ignorant as I am on these at least this subject. I just want to point that out there.
Familiar, but then the boys subverts our expectations and forces her to accept accountability for her actions. Giancarlo Esposito playing Stan Edgar as Giancarlo Esposito, because nobody plays Giancarlo Esposito like Giancarlo Esposito, is reinstated as VOT CEO. Kamiko, who now has Soldier Boy's powers, and the biggest mistake with her this season was allowing her to talk, moves to France. Mother's Milk gets married, and I guess he's going to be the stepfather to Ryan. And Starlight and Huey settled down to work at Campbell Audio Visual and live in peace. After aborting his first child, Starlight has decided to keep this one, which will obviously be a superhero, and then go into battle pregnant, because women going into battle pregnant is a Hollywood fetish at this point.
This reminds me of what's her name? The girl Adam Eve from Invincible, because I did watch Invincible, and I liked the first season, and then the rest of the season are kind of I haven't seen the most recent one because I really wasn't like that into it because it was already very, very woke, and I already knew about the problems of the show. But a friend convinced me to watch it, and so I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch it, fine, whatever. But then the whole Adam Eve situation with her, getting pregnant with Mark's kid and aborting it, and just not taking responsibility because he was fighting a war, to save humanity and all that fun stuff. It's like, oh yes, of course, it's a white woman getting pregnant. Of course, she's getting, gets an abortion and it's celebrated and it's okay and fine. And she does actually choose to stay pregnant. Then she's, going to battle and risking the child's life in the process. Like, we can't actually have wholesome family values for white people anymore, or really family values in general. It has to be this degeneracy, slop, and disgust. Because, like, even though he's doing a good job summarizing the differences between the show and the comics, like, the show just sounds awful. Like, I never was interested based off what I knew already. It always, like, gives this visual disgust out of me, right? Or, like, I can feel the anxiety building in me. And I just want to, like, I literally feel like I'm going to throw up hearing some of this kind of scenes, what they're doing. It's just like, why would anybody watch this? It's horrible. Like, it's not, slop is not even a good enough word for it. Like, it's like Weimar levels of just horribleness. And then there's just this factor too. It's just like, ugh. It's just I just can't stand it. Just cannot stand it. Also, she's technically a race mixer. At least it's not with the black, but still.
Did you me? What? Is this some kind of incest thing?
No! What about Soldier Boy? I have no idea. They put him in stasis and we never see him again. But the main man who did all the heavy lifting was Anthony Starr, and I think my good friend Mahler put it best. Anthony Starr is the reason the boys survived. He made Kripke's shitty writing feel purposeful. His passion in every scene, with every meme-worthy expression, convinced the audience there was far more substance, only for the finale to leave you looking back with near nothing. Excellent actor. Hope he gets better opportunities. Couldn't have said it better myself. That's why I didn't. Now let's go back to that final battle in the Oval Office, which was one of the most contrived I've ever seen put to screen. Homelander had multiple opportunities to either escape or defeat his enemies. There's a scene earlier on in the episode with some real subtle messaging. Not sure if you caught it, but there is a character that's supposed to be Elon Musk.
I'm a disruptor. I disrupt.
He's portrayed as the richest man in the world, an amateur astronaut, and worried about white birth rates. To get rid of him, Homelander flies him into space to become an astronaut and returns in a matter of seconds. But he spends the Oval Office battle dicking around with 3 people he could kill easily. Why not fly behind Kamiko and rip her heart out?
It's just a bunch of dumb motherfuckers, right?
Eric Kripke has said he purposefully wanted him to look weak at the end, and he certainly did. Only problem is, it was obvious he was nerfed by the script. Also, Eric Kripke could visualize his rage fantasy against a president. But unfortunately, in the end, all Homelander is a caricature within a political satire that goes after one side with a tactical nuke and the other side with a water pistol. In a show that was supposed to be a parody that became a parody of itself, the joke went on to...
I wouldn't even say a tactical nuke based off of everything I know about in the clips I've seen. It's just... I don't want to say even the parallels, right? Like... the messaging they're trying to contrive is just so on the nose and so poorly written that it's not even really a nuke. A tactical nuke would be like something that actually destroys the Riot, like puts them in their place. In my personal opinion, right, or just rips them to shreds. With it, versus this is just like laughable. Like Homelander was so beloved because of those different memes you can make. Like Mahler said, despite the shitty writing for all these different seasons, that it's gotten worse and worse. Because of him, and because they try to make him evil, but in the end just made him base. Because you're appealing, like, what the left scene. It's like the Soy Jack versus the Chad meme, where the Soy Jack and is like looking in fear, and the chat is smiling there smugly, and the bubble is coming from both of them, and that people use for quote tweets. I like to use it from time to time because it's just great. It's like that with Homelander, right? With it, that just doesn't work. It just does not work.
Too long, and ultimately the joke was on the audience. If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
LrdAlucard.com. Please subscribe. This is a good cover of Ode to Joy, I must say. Sorry, it's really catchy. It's a good song, and then the rock cover is even better. But anyway, here is the link to the video. I'm gonna put this in the chat here. Give it a like, give it a comment, actually watch. It's a pretty short thing, and like I said, for someone who actually hasn't watched the show myself, I think it does a pretty good job of explaining it. Like it basically expands upon the knowledge that I already know from other people and what I've observed online. At the same time, going a bit more like in depth of everything. Here.
Of season
There
5.
we go. Let me get some Soldier Boys, Jensen Ackles, because I do like Jensen Ackles quite a lot. Not for his politics, just for his looks. There. But I know, like, modern slop is dying. That's why anime has become so popular in the West for like the younger generations, for better and for worse. And I know a lot of this stuff is just funded by BlackRock and Vanguard just to push the message. And so, but there is still a whole other world, right? There's still a whole other ecosystem where normies actually watch this shit and enjoy it to some sort of level. And they're just a lost cause. If they're still watching this in 2026, they're a lost fucking cause here. So, and I'm glad this show was ended, because not gonna lie, once again, even though I never like actually watched the show myself, I got very tired of the discourse of it very quickly because of just how on the nose everything was about it with Homelander versus Trump, and it's just the fact that it's just acceptable to do so. It's just like, well, maybe acceptable is not the right word, because obviously they have freedom of speech. They can make whatever they want, right? But like, it's just white demoralizing propaganda. That's all that it is at the end of the day, and it should be rejected at every single turn. Yeah. Also, I'm completely unrelated, but there's me. There's me. There's little old me. I can't believe Skybrow's actually changed the thumbnail to be me. I'm very honored that he did that. I'm not complaining though, because my character looks really hot. My model looks really, really hot. But at the same time, I'm a literal who, right? I am so small, but the fact that he's choosing me for the thumbnail is quite the honor. But I just want to point that out. Anyway. Ollie read the comics. Well, half of one, it was shit. I've heard the comics are good, but I get the Invincible vibes off of it. Once again, I never read the Invincible comics either. But it's supposed to be this like safe, edgy, anti-superhero, more modern, aspect of it, and it just seems so forced. Like, I like edgy things, but I don't like safe edgy. Because say like Hazbin Hotel. Maybe I shouldn't say bring up Hazbin Hotel, because I used to actually like it. And then Then I rewatched the pilot, and then I've watched the past couple seasons. I'm like, Alistair is carrying the show, and just barely now. Yeah, it's like, I guess Alistair is like my Homelander for the woke, safe, edgy shows here. Just watch anime. Like, if you're just go to just watch anime. It's great art style. It has a whole, like, there is so much out there that's been made throughout the decades. And there's so many genres and subgenres within it. Like, if you don't like lolly, you don't watch the shows with lolly in it. Though they're usually, they're quite popular. So, like, there's going to be a couple of them in there. But, like, they're not going to be the most full focus. If you like your show and superhero, there's a ton of them. If you like your, isekai, that exists too, and there are some good isekais out there. You want more like edgy, darker themes, that exists too. You want more light-hearted slice of life, that exists. Like, anime is just a style, right? It's a Japanese entertainment. And so there's going to be genres and subgenres within it that you can pick and choose at ease, as it's been around for decades at this point. And it's only more recently going downhill as the Japanese are slowly being attacked and wokeified from the outside in. But you can just watch that. Watch it. Especially if you are one of those people who do watch Invincible or like Family Guy or The Simpsons, any like the adult cartoons, right? Like, you can't just be like, oh, anime is just a cartoon, right? Anime's for children because it has a pretty art style. Like, there's some pretty dark and fucked up anime out there if you actually look for it and actually enjoy that stuff that handles more adult themes, if you wish. Just has a more better, in my personal, art style here. Yeah, it's a medium, exactly. Just why bother with anything made within the past 10 years? 10 to 15 years in the West. I could technically go longer than that, because like I said, I've become so politicized that I can see like the race mixing propaganda from the stuff in the 80s and 90s. I can see the girl bossery, right? Like, I just notice all those different things within Western entertainment that's been solely, basically boiling the frog way before DI was actually officially a thing. And I don't like it. But let me get to the super chats. I know if I've ignored them. I thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. We're having a reaction slop day and avoiding politics today. Start stream with 2 hours politics and during culture war once react slop starts. True woman moms have never been seen. Well, to be fair, like, I was planning on doing politics today regardless, because it is, St. Floyd Day. May God rest his soul. And may he be 6 years sober now. I was planning on doing that anyways, but I didn't want to get, like, super in-depth and dark and depressing over various things because of it. Yeah, but, yeah. The problem is the writer's trying to subvert expectations, give the people what they want. If you can't write a good ending, at least it'll be mediocre. Yeah, that's another thing within the culture, or Western culture right now. And once again, it goes back to the woke nonsense. It's the whole subverting expectations. When it's not trying they're trying to shock people with these different twists and turns. When reality is just more demoralization porn. It's subverting American culture. It's subverting the morals. That's what they're trying to do by making this safe, edgy shock, or like that fucking vibrator thing, or whatever the case is. Like, that's all it's actually subverting right there. But they're doing it under the guise of expectations. Because once again, they're all controlled by the tiny hats. And then thank you, Jekyll's of Terror Argentium for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Invincible is basically just Dragon Ball Z without all the fun, passion, or self-awareness. I've never watched Dragon Ball Z. I never will. I'll be honest, because it does not appeal to me, and it's way too long, I don't say old. It's just way too long. And just I don't know. Like, it's to me, it's just like hood weeb stuff. I know it existed and was popular way before the hood weebs came into place, but it just doesn't appeal to me, frankly. Or like One Piece, same thing. And then like Naruto, same thing there too. It's just very sloppa, so much filler. Just the fights are just kind of eh. Just not interested in that kind of stuff. There. And then, thank you, Billy Butcher, for the $16 reduce. Excuse me, sir. There must be someone you've confused me for. If I could see someone who knew me or someone in uniform. I go to church on Sunday, truly usually more, screaming at the angels as they push them through the door. FNAF fun, you little diddy donk, goy mustard blood. Okay. I don't understand your reference, I'm sorry. Billy Butcher sounds like a... I kind of recognize the name, but I don't know where it's from off the top of my head. I definitely don't know where that quote or what it's referencing is. I'm sorry, I'm just a silly little goy. Here. I'm sorry. Sorry, here. You're a fake LARPer? Are you surprised? I say I'm a grifter and a tourist like all the time. At least I'm honest about it, right? There. The boys? Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh! Okay, that's one of the many names that this guy threw out here. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, listen. I told you never actually watched the show here. And there's so many names he was throwing around. Like, I only know Homelander and Soldier Boy. And then Starlight. Because obviously Homelander from the memes. Soldier Boy because Jensen Ackles. And then Starlight for the Google fat removal stuff. By making her turn into an alien here. There. Like, there's so many. There's so many. Here. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. There. Okay, chat. I have to pee again. I'm so sorry that the blood moon exists, okay? Not my fault that God gave me a vagina. But then next, I do have an article I do want to read tonight before the end of stream. And that's about JD Vance. So, well, we did a little bit, we did some politics, we did some yapping, we did some culture war. Now we're gonna go back to politics and end it on a nice article tonight here. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Audio chat, I am back. I am back. Hope you didn't miss me too much. You shouldn't miss me at all, to be honest. That's gay, and we don't like the gays here. Let's see. Okay. So, there is a rumor that's being passed around today about JD Vance. And, we should take it a little bit with a grain of salt, but it's quite interesting if it is true here. Hey, have a good evening, Amalgamyte, and thank you for the memorial stream. Well, of course, hope you have a good night. Sleep well, and I hope you enjoyed the stream so far. Oh, you're nearly asthma fast? It's not that hard to pee. Like, I don't get, like... I get I'm a woman, so it's a slightly longer process. But it's really not that hard. Like, you can make it, if you can, like, as a woman, you can make it more efficient. But, anyways. Of course I wash my hands, okay? All the other girl streamers I watch take forever? Well, they're probably just, like, I don't know, taking their time, relaxing or something like that. Maybe they hop on their phone and then the process, like, it's not, like, okay, like, you can make it longer if you wish, but if you sit down, you force the pee out, right? And you, like, you treat it like it's a water gun. And then as you're peeing, you're gathering the toilet paper needed. And then as soon as you're done, you wipe. And then you, like, I get up, as I'm getting up, I'm flushing the toilet and putting the lid down. And then I'm walking to the sink, pulling my pants up. And then I wash my hands. And you need to wash them for like 15 to 30 seconds. Right? Get the soap, get the water, rub, scrub, dub, done. You know, go to the towel, pat your hands dry, and then walk back to the room. Like, it's not a very, like, slow process. We don't need a play-by-play. Well, too bad you got a play-by-play here. You came for politics about knowing about the latest JD Vance news from the White House? No, you're getting a play-by-play of how to efficiently piss max here. Welcome to the Amalgamation Retard Station. I hope you enjoy your stay. No, but seriously, like I can take my time if I want to, but I have a stream, right? I have people to entertain. I'm not sure why these people wouldn't be entertained by me, but, like, I'm not gonna take my fucking sweet time pissing. I have a stream to do. Like, it makes no sense. There. At the whole process optimized, yeah. It goes back to, like, I've told this story many times before, but, like, I used to be very efficient, and I guess I still kind of am, because I still keep a lot of the habits, right? But, like, efficiency is key. I might be a little bit late, right? I might be at that Latinx time on my side with things. But for the general rule of thumb, I try to be very efficient with the things that I do. Because I'm lazy. Oh, there. How long does it take you time, though? I don't know. Still about 2 minutes. I usually don't take my time like that much, but like maybe an extra minute. I sit there and I relax and I I sigh and just kind of like, lean back and just, let it flow. But even but I don't know, I just kind of not much longer, really. I'm just not in a rush. I'm willing to bet there's a shocking number of people who really appreciate learning the process. I mean, I personally think it's fascinating. Because I like learning new ways to be efficient as possible. And listen, if women are scamming you their time by being very slow because they don't respect you, even over pissing, I guess, I don't fucking know. And then, you can teach your girlfriend how to be more efficient, I guess, with her piss process. And just getting to get ready in general, right? Like, I can roll out of bed and get dressed and out the door within 15 minutes if I really have to, because I've cut down the process enough that I can do it. Doesn't mean I want to do it all the time, especially if I don't want to go somewhere. But yeah, it's But anyway, yes, JD Vance. Speaking of toilet humor. JD Vance, the known Indian race mixer, has some news. Oh, there. Okay, so this is a Daily Mail exclusive. Isolated JD Vance plans nuclear 2028 option after a loyal Tulsi Gabbard excerpt. As insiders deliver brutal verdict on VP's future, there's a shinier penny. So, okay, well, I guess we'll continue the article before I add my 2 cents. J.D. Vance, now the lone dove in Donald Trump's cabinet after Tulsi Gabbard's resignation, has been left more isolated than ever, and even considering a banning run for the presidency in 2028, multiple sources tell the Daily Mail. Gabbard's resignation letter cited her husband's diagnosis with a rare form of cancer, bone cancer to be more specifically. There. Excuse me. She made a post, I believe, on Friday. I remember because we covered it Under the Bridge with V and our guest Oko. Very briefly. But yeah, Tulsi Gabbard resigned from Director of National Intelligence because her husband got diagnosed with bone cancer, which is a tragedy. Like, like he's probably fucked. I mean, we probably have the cure for cancer, but obviously, it's not gonna be widely, passed around. And there's obviously different types of cancer, but bone cancer, that man's screwed. And so it makes sense why she would step down and actually be with her husband as he is slowly dying there. However, J.D. Vance may or may not run for 2028. Then that's the news here. Like, granted, once again, take it with a grain of salt, right? He's considering it. It's from multiple sources. Obviously, it's a couple years away still. But everyone's been banking on Vance being the president in 2028 for basically ever since he's been chosen as VP. Like, some people were doubtful of him as the VP because he kind of came out of nowhere. And he's not as charismatic as Trump is, but he's proven to be quite the successful vice president. Very active, more active than most vice presidents are, and he's gained a lot of love from the right. A lot of hate too for being Indian race mixer. But he's proven to be really good at the job, and so it's like, okay, it makes sense that he would be the one in 2028. So why is he getting possibly kicked out now here? Well, let's get into the article a bit more here. But the whispers racing through the West Wing find a common ground. Iran. Vance's most senior non-interventionist ally is gone, and even as he expressed his sorrow for the exit of his dear friend on Friday, insiders told the Daily Mail that his own future is at the front of his mind while his rivals sharpen their blades. Vance is a non-event in the West Wing, a source close to the president told Daily Mail. Vance's isolation comes at a moment when Marco Rubio's stock inside the West Wing has never been higher, with Secretary of State helping the planned invasion of Cuba, while the Vice President fails at peace negotiations with Iran. The Vice President's dovish brand of foreign policy has sent him on a collision course with Trump, the sources say, the rift deepening as Trump embraces his wartime leader image. The president has made it very clear in recent months that he doesn't abide by the strong, silent, Gary Cooper-style approach to foreign policy, a White House insider told the Daily Mail. He is loud, he's active. These guys prefer to speak softly and carry a big stick, but Trump speaks loudly and carries a massive cannon, the source added. Now, once again, take this all with a grain of salt, right? They're from sources, they have to be anonymous, it's from the Daily Mail, all those fun stuff. But this is very interesting if true, which I am inclined to believe it is, mostly true. Because Vance has been pretty staunch about being anti-foreign policy and getting involved with foreign wars and just focusing on home front issues, which Trump was until he wasn't all of a sudden. But then Vance, came out with some tweets, supporting it, but it never really felt like it was genuine. It felt like it's because he's the VP and so therefore he has to. Meanwhile, there's all these memes of Marco Rubio being the Secretary of State of Venezuela, of Iran, of now Cuba, of or being the Director of National Intelligence now. But there's these memes of him basically fulfilling these different roles as he's stepping up to the challenge and being the war hawk that he's always kind of has been, because he was a very typical rhino in 2016 and 2020. But he's definitely taken a change over the past few years. But he's still, despite J.D. Vance's race mixing, I still trust J.D. Vance over Marco Rubio, basically any day. And I do think that's the case for the general public of MAGA as well, because J.D. Vance has proven time and time again that he, despite him being a never Trumper in 2016, which a lot of people were, he's been very loyal to America, once again, minus the race mixing and various other things. He's not perfect, right? but he doesn't have the same track record that Rubio has, and he's still kind of holding on to it even in the White House. He hasn't really completely changed. And I still think Vance has a promising future as the president, at least at the moment. Once again, we are a couple years away from 2028. But I still think he would be able to win in 2028 because the gripers pushing voting for Democrats is not a popular stance. Because everybody knows voting for a Democrat would make things a million times worse. Even if you don't like Trump because of the Iran war or the Epstein files or the Chinese students or whatever the case is. Even if you don't like JD Vance because he's got an Indian wife and kids and they haven't really assimilated properly, right? Like, they're still better than Kamala or Gavin Newsom or AOC or whoever they throw into the ring in 2028 or who could be in power hypothetically in an alternate universe at this time. But Marco Rubio is never really had that pull, and he's tried multiple times to be president. He can't win it. Like, he's not bad these days, but he's not good, and he's no one's first choice. And he hasn't really proven himself like JD Vance has. There. I still remember Rubio being a rhino a decade ago. What happened? I mean, he's still kind of a rhino, but he's jumped on the Trump chain after 2020 has occurred. Like, which is understandable because 2020 was the awakening moment for a lot of people. So it's not like horrible, but he's still got a lot of those tendencies within himself. So he's a bit more trustworthy, but he's still a politician. He's still a career politician, which is even worse. And he doesn't have the goodwill that JD Vance has. And JD Vance being against the Iran war actually makes him better for a lot of Americans, or at least a lot of the MAGA base, because when the Iran war started, it was a civil war. Like, it was very much Israel versus America first here, because it was very clear. I mean, Rubio himself came out and said that we struck because of Israel. That it was, we started this whole war because of Israel, that if we didn't do anything, Israel was going to be attacked first. And it's like, okay, who cares? Like, I get Israel's our ally here, but we don't have to save the day every single time our ally's being attacked. Like, if they call for our help, then we can join if we think it's best, because we are allies. But, like, we didn't have to strike first. Why are we coming, like we're white knighting for Israel here? Oh, wait, we're controlled by Israel. Okay, no surprise. And, like, even the whole arguments for China did make a bit more sense when this started, but it's been a couple months now with no end in sight. Like, over the weekend, right? It's Memorial Weekend. Donald Trump's son was going to get married on Saturday. And on Friday night, he had to fly back to the Washington, D.C. because all of a sudden, a bunch of shit was going down. Oh my god. Even JD Vance had to come in with motorcade too. It was like Donald Trump had to miss his own son's wedding for what was about to happen. And then it come out like, oh yeah, we got this promising negotiating deal with Iran. We're finally going to end this war. And now Monday has rolled around here on Memorial Day. Nope, sorry, Netanyahu doesn't actually like this plan. Well, carry on. I guess we're going to have to try to do these peace talks once again. Oh well, let's try again. Like, it's been an absolute disaster because we only do whatever Israel actually wants. Like, where is China involved with this? Because even Trump seems like he's actually trying to end this war, but it's a lose-lose for him now. Because if there's no winning without Iran being completely destroyed. Like, that's the only way we can actually win this. But America does not have the balls to do so because it would look bad to our Western partners. Our relations with Europe are degrading, for better or for worse. Obviously, Canada is a huge problem. We don't give a shit about China, but like, I mean, we do give a shit about China because if we actually do annihilate Iran, China will take that as a threat, and then there's the whole Taiwan debacle there. So like, we can't fully decimate Iran like we should if we actually want to properly win this. But Iran's not going to give up a nuclear program because that means basically that is the destruction of Iran. They will forever be weak to more Israeli control and also to their neighbors that still actually don't like them very much because of the Middle East. And the Middle East has never been able to get along in the entirety of the existence. So it's a So Iran's not going to give up. America's not going to give up. We half-ass everything because we don't have the balls to actually go the full mile. Look at Afghanistan and all the other wars within the Middle East that we've started over the past few decades. And so, okay, we either back out with our tail between our legs and look like losers once again, like Vietnam, or we decimate them, and our relations with the rest of the Western world gets thrown into the gutter even more than they already have. Which, obviously, your opinions on that can vary. But as much as I am an isolationist, I'm also a Europhile. I would like us to kind of at least somewhat get along. Somewhat? Where? So it's like, okay, now Trump's stuck with a rock behind a place. Why? Because we did this for Israel. That's why. Yes, happy Memorial Day, everybody! Now the war's still going on here. Like, so here we are. But JGD Fans has been basically against this from the start, and he's doing his best for the peace talks, but it's just not going well, and he's getting blamed for this, which can be understandable because he is the one in charge. But then Yahoo comes knocking on the door being like, did you forget to ask for consent? Anyway, let me go through the article a bit more. Vance privately urged Trump against authorizing full-scale strikes on Iran in February. He encouraged the president to authorize a limited punitive strike instead of a full-scale operation, and warned that wider war could trigger regional chaos and heavy casualties, according to the New York Times. Which basically all that has come true. Now, except for like the heavy casualties for the Americans, we haven't really had we've had a few people die, but not a ton. But definitely regional chaos. And if this doesn't get resolved soon, it can't be heavy casualties. And Trump is very lucky that Virginia has started a redistricting war, because this Iran war is clearly not ending anytime soon. My personal bet was that if the Iran war wasn't ended by about July, August time period, that the Republicans would lose the midterms, because normies have, at best, a memory of 6 months, and nobody really actually likes the Iran war outside the boomers. And the boomers are definitely a huge voting bloc that they should not be completely dismissed. But it's still not even, like, even the boomers are getting tired of it. Like, my dad was complaining about it the other day, about how he just wants the Iran war to end. You know, because people care about the gas prices. Like, that's what really they care about. And, you know, how much their groceries cost. And this is affecting it, right? And so if it's not ended by about, you know, July, August, then it would make the Republicans lose the midterms. Thankfully, there is shade thanks to the redistricting wars, as a bunch of red states have redistricted to basically snuff out the Democrats within it. So the Republicans should still be able to win the midterms now. But it's only because they got some fire under their shoes to actually get going after Virginia was so blatant with their gerrymandering. Which, if you want more information, I've done quite a few streams about it at this point. So, like, but it's just been a disaster for the MAGA base by starting this Iran war. Complete divide. Yeah. Trump himself has since acknowledged the divide, conceding that his vice president was maybe less enthusiastic at the start of the war, and philosophically a little bit different on decision to strike. Well, yeah, because Vance like, for all of Vance's faults, he does have his finger on the pulse of online, right? I mean, for fuck's sakes, the man was following shoe on head before he was chosen as vice president, okay? The man was just the governor of... Well, actually, no, he wasn't governor of Ohio. Oh, fuck. What was he of Ohio for the longest time? I forget. But he was pretty high up position, because he was taking care of the Palestine oil spill that happened a few years. Little Palestine. What was that place called? It was some like Middle Eastern like country name, for weirdly enough. But yeah, he was following shoe on head before he was chosen as VP. Like, shoe on head. Clearly the man is at least decently politically online. In every single tweet, like anytime the Trump administration ever fucks up, they send him to do a huge talk and people just lap it up. Unfortunately, I used to do it too at the beginning of last year, as I was madly in love with him. Because he doesn't have the same charisma as Trump does, but he's very eloquent. And he knows what to say and how to say it to regain the trust for the administration. but they did it a few too many times, so people are catching on about it. East Palestine. Thank you. Thank you. Senator of Ohio. Thank you also, chat, for that too. So, yeah, I know things sometimes. Just half of things. There. Also, hello, Rumble Bros. Hello. I'm sorry I've been kind of ignoring you tonight, minus the super chats over there. My apologies. I'm kind of all over the place. Yeah. Where was I at? Gabbard, who, like Vance, was viewed as a break on Trump's hawkish instincts, never quite fit the new mold either. I don't think she was opposed as a lot of people think she was. She recognized her job was to serve the president, the same insider said. But Vance, unlike Gabbard, has no graceful exit on the offer. See, yeah, some people were like, not some people, some articles were running with the whole, Gabbard resigned because of their Iran war conflicts. And it's like, no, I think bone cancer, her husband having bone cancer is a pretty valid excuse to resign. I mean, I'm sure there's probably are some tensions with the Iran war, but because she's always been pretty anti-foreign war, even with her Democrat days. Like, she was always the most base Democrat, and hottest one too. For the longest time. So she had a pretty good track record on that. But I never got the vibe from her that she was like very like outspoken about it. But then again, the thing about Tulsi Gabbard under this presidency was she really hasn't done anything that I'm aware of. Like last summer, she did go after Obama because when Obama was still president, they were they wiretapping? Sorry, once again, my shitty memory is in control here. But I remember she released information about the Obama presidency trying to like wiretap and track Trump before he became president, like in 2015, 2016, and trying to run election interference. Oh, I remember. He was the main peddler of the whole Russia hoax, that Trump was colluding with Russia and all that fun stuff. But like nothing really happened with it. It was a big bombshell for like a day, and then everybody forgot about that. So, but other than that, no one's really done any, like, she hasn't really done much, as far as I'm aware. Didn't she drop the entire Epstein list? No, that was Pam Bondi with the FBI. Because Tulsi Gabbard is part of the Director of National Intelligence, not the FBI, which is also intelligence, but different. Because you can never have enough government programs. But the whole Epstein list is a huge mess in itself. They were withholding records from her to stop her. Oh, with Pam Bondi, I know they were at the very beginning. That was one of her many excuses. Tulsi did get the 2020 Georgia election documents. Oh, that is true. Okay. My apologies. There was that too. Where the Fulton County was actually revealed to be fraudulent. Like everybody knew about, but had legitimate proof. Which we had before, but it was actually taken seriously and put through the right channels before it was dismissed because our elections are secure. Oh. Totally. And then as soon as Massey's elections in Kentucky look a little bit sussy-wussy, oh, now they're definitely secure for the right. The double standard is insane. But I'm gonna get off topic again. So she's done two pretty big things, and then they immediately get swept under the rug. Which kind of makes me feel bad for her, right? I don't like women in politics, especially high political areas. Like Pam Bondi's a great example of them just floundering around and not doing anything. And most of the time it's just clout chasing, and it's just trying to girl boss their way, instead of actually just staying at home with their kids. But Tulsi Gabbard was actually pretty successful, but much more under the rug with things. Also, kind of not doing something at the same time. Like she hadn't really done much, but the two things she really did were big things, and then they get completely dismissed, which is unfair for her. Like, she was actually trying her best, which sucks. Because one, it's a woman doing it, and two, she's trying her fucking best to make genuine changes in the government, and just goes, who cares anymore? Like, come on. And now she steps down because her husband has bone cancer? Like, I don't know. I don't want women in politics. And I wish she did more within her year. But those are two big bombshells. And just... She's gotta go now. She's gotta go now because her husband's dying. It's like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, right? Come on. I'm almost like Dinklage's character from Game of Thrones. Instead of I drink and I know things, she's I sometimes think and I know some things. I don't really understand the references. I never watched Game of Thrones, but I do think it's funny regardless. There. Because it's pretty accurate, actually. Floyd's trying something, shaking my head. Yeah, but now she's gone. So now we basically got Vance left. And it's like, oh my god. Like, if Vance leaves or doesn't run in 2028, I listen, not the doom and gloom, not to like do the Vanta black pill, because we did have a white pill, right? We did have a white pill earlier, you know. But if like it's so over. Like Vance is more hardline than Trump, not completely, because obviously he's still fine with legal immigration. Once again, Indian wife, but he's still harder on Trump for various things and better foreign policy, and so he would be a pretty good president. Not still too late, right? Once again, he's not going to be the final solution. And the demographics are going to get worse by the time 2028 rolls around with Vance and by the time it ends. But at least things would be slightly better. And it's just like, okay, well... Right, so if Vance doesn't do it as Rubio, like... okay, I got another Warhawk. I'm still probably not going to vote Democrat, but like... my enthusiasm definitely dies. Like with Vance, I was definitely like, okay, yeah, you know, not great. I think it'll be a lot closer with Vance. Like it's not gonna be a landslide with Trump and Kamala Harris again. I think it'd be Trump versus like Gavin Newsom is my bet. Sorry, Vance versus Gavin Newsom would be my bet. And Vance would win, but it wouldn't be the landslide. But if it's Rubio versus Gavin Newsom, I feel like that'd be pretty fucking close. And frankly, like, once again, not gonna support Democrat, not gonna vote Democrat, but having a rhino in charge, like Rubio, which I guess there's worse rhinos there, but like, come on. Frankly, I'm getting the vibe now that Rubio's playing the long game with it. Like, he was a rhino because it made him successful, but then Trump obviously completely took over the Republican Party, so then he became, like, you know, a Trumpster, you know, MAGA. And now he's running the Trump train, getting very close with him. And if he can get presidency in 2028, finally, because he keeps on trying with it, then he wins, and he's not actually going to do anything, right? He's going to be lame duck at best. And it's just like, so great. So, still better than a Democrat. Lame duck will not do anything is worse than it's better than a Democrat making things worse. But I don't think I would care anymore, frankly. I honest to God, don't think I will care anymore if Rubio's running in 2028. Unless, obviously, once again, we got a couple years away. Things can change. Maybe Rubio can get the vim and vigor within him and get the support. But he's still a politician, so I'm not going to trust him. It's just like, I don't know. I think I just kind of give up then. But that's like the Vanta black pill there. But I don't know what we do, because we don't have a Rupert Lowe. Like we're not gonna get a Rupert Lowe with our system. JD Vance is closer to Rupert Lowe than Trump is, but it's still not the same. So, what about DeSantis? I don't think DeSantis can do it. DeSantis is great for governor of Florida, but he has created too much bad blood with Trump that I don't think he would be able to get the kind of support within the MAGA base. I mean, he probably would because people do like Florida so much, but I don't think DeSantis would be a good president. I don't get the vibes off of him like that he would be. Plus, he's way too close with Israel. Like, they've actually created anti-Semitic laws within Florida, which is the worst thing about Florida, is those anti-Semitic laws. So, anti-Semitism laws, I should say, sorry. And I think it actually probably would make things worse when it came to foreign wars. And that's not the solution. There. Again, I think we should start undermining both candidates so that the successor to the GOP is less clear in 2028. Does a radical has a chance to right up? I don't know. I don't know. Like, maybe. I'm not completely against it. I just don't want a Democrat to win. Because I know things will be worse, no matter how bad the GOP is. DeSantis is more honest and forthcoming than Gavin Newsom? Well, yes, I won't deny that. I'm not a Newsom supporter. I'm not a Democrat supporter here. But I don't think DeSantis... Like, I'll choose DeSantis over Newsom any day. But if we're just picking from the popular Republicans at the current moment, I think J.D. Vance is the best bet. Then... I don't know. Rubio, I'll get... Rubio will probably be a lame duck rhino. DeSantis, there's a vibe of DeSantis that I just don't think it would be good. I think it'd be biting off more than he can chew. Rubio's been aiming for this for so long that he could just probably pull it off by simple fact that he doesn't want to lose the job. DeSantis, I don't know. I would prefer DeSantis than Rubio because I do like how he's done Florida minus the anti-Semitism laws. But the foreign war policy, I don't know. That's a tough thing. I'd rather have J.D. Vance. So, yeah. But I still have to finish this article. I just gotta kept on yapping there. Where was I at? That was like 15 minutes ago. As Vance's non-interventionist influence faded, Rubio expanded, with Secretary of State emerging as the dominant foreign policy voice in Trump's orbit. Rubio has more mojo than Vance. The president listens to him. Vance is out of step and has been for a long time, the White House insider said. That sucks, as he was like Trump's right-hand man. But another Iran war started because Israel said so, so here we are. And then fucking the Warhawk Rhino is in. I hate this so much. Remember, chat, we gotta vote our way out of this. We gotta vote our way out of this, chat. I'm so excited to vote our way out of this. We gotta vote our way out of this. The source cautioned that Rubio dominance may prove fleeting. By championing an unpopular war effort, the Secretary of State risks burning the political capital in real time and alienating both Trump base and the wider American public. Very true, but then again, Democrats are not gaining political capital either. And so... if it came down to Rubio versus Newsom, it'd be quite the I think it'd be pretty tight, but I think he'd still pull through, at least at the current moment. Once again, things may change in 2 years. I know I keep on saying this, but it's important. It's important to remember where we are a couple years off, right? Things can change, but... Rumors are also circulating in the West Wing that Vance is weighing whether to step back from the 2028 race entirely as a tactical move, according to the source. I don't know why. The insider noted that it might be better for him not to own everything that has gone in the last couple of years. The vice president is just 41, and allies have floated political alternatives that would let him to sit out the next cycle and re-emerge later. But he's got so much goodwill at the moment, despite the Indian wife. Like, there's a decent subsection of the right that complain about it, including me, but they understand he's still better than anybody else. But a separate source close to the vice president told Daily Mail that sitting on the sidelines would be folly. Anyone who wants to be a viable nominee for president has a very small window. Agreed. And if you don't go with that window open, it most likely never opens up again, the source close to Vance said. Time can be unforgiving. But a 2032 run would pit Vance against the sitting incumbent, and only Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, and Donald Trump would have lost re-election in the last half century. A 2032 or 2036 bid, Jesus Christ, that's so far off, for the presidency would require a Vance to remain politically relevant for a full decade out of elective office. I don't think he can do that. Like, Rubio and Vance are both in this at the same window at the same time, which is part of the problem. Like, Vance has the political goodwill at the moment, but Rubio's been trying for so long to become president. Now he's finally got the inside, and he's probably not going to give that up. It's probably going to be quite bloody and aggressive for the run for 2028 between the two of them, because this is Rubio's dream as a career politician. Not saying Vance isn't a career for Vance is obviously a career politician too, right? But their demeanor is completely different with handling this. And if either one loses or not, I don't think either one can get it again. The source said this task would be extremely hard when you're out of the limelight. Age-wise, he'd be young enough, but momentum-wise, there'd be a shinier penny on the street. Which I would agree with. Hopefully, someone further right than him, frankly. Which I guess, maybe, actually, hold on, wait a second. If Rubio does actually have the 2028 bid and business as a lame duck, because he's a rhino, Vance loses the limelight because he stepped out too soon. Maybe that would be enough accelerationism, because I do like to dabble accelerationism myself. Not as much to go as Democrat, right? But maybe there'll be enough for a funny mustache man to rise again from Trump's basically being a failure to the right, and then Marco Rubio. Like, because Vance would be a bit more effective than Trump, and he would be more effective than Rubio. Still not the solution, but a pacifier, kind of like Trump is right now. But if he steps out, Rubio goes in. If people aren't fatigued by the Republicans by not solving any problems, because that's what happens if you push your, because that's why the pendulum swings back and forth too much, right? People, vote for Republicans don't do anything, then they vote for Democrats make things worse, and they vote for Republicans, and the cycle repeats. There. But it's possible? But it's hard to tell. You can't exactly predict the future. You can only speculate. There. Vance's only viable path to a future in the White House runs straight through 2028, according to the source. Gabbard's resignation, a protest over the Iran war. I feel like I remember hearing about that, but I don't remember what it is. What was, the name sounds familiar. What was his... Sorry, I try to keep up with these things, but there's so many people that I only can really remember the big names. Here. Kent submitted his resignation to Vance alongside Gabbard the day before it went public. The vice president reportedly urged Kent not to disparage the president or the administration on his way out. Kent disregarded the advice, later accusing Israel of misleading the president in the war with Iran. Well, I mean, they literally came out and said it. Rubio literally came out and said it. Trump also said it too, but not as directly with it. It's very... And even the official White House page talks about how it's for defending Israel too. They tried so hard after Rubio made his little misstep there. After that interview, it was good out of context. They tried so hard to correct the narrative and failed that they just accepted it now. People don't care about the Iran war anymore, because they've accepted it's going to be another endless, Middle Eastern war that we're stuck into. And wake me up when September ends. That's how people feel. It's just okay, well, when there's actual news, let me know. On Saturday, I was, it was a long day. I had multiple different streams before my stream and stuff like that. And that was when the whole, Trump and Iran war possible deal was happening. And I said on Saturday, right, I didn't want to cover it, because one, it was a long day and I was tired. And two, because I knew it would probably be a nothing burger. If it was a something burger, I would find out on Monday. And now we're here on Monday. Guess what's a nothing burger? I fucking called it. Because nobody cares about the Iran war anymore, because it's just the same old, same old. Wake me up when there's something new. National counterterrorism? Okay. Okay. I still don't really know what he did. Obviously I know the role, but did he do anything significant? Or is just one of those things he just kind of had, and that's it? There. So. Where was I at here? Kent's departure was an early warning sign the vice president's faction was being pushed out of the Trump's national security orbit. Well, that's because you need more happy merchants until, right? If you don't kiss that wall, you're kicked out. Funny how that always works. Seriously, I'm a single voter issue at this point. Whoever just doesn't kiss the wall. Well, okay, sort of, kind of, right? Because my big thing is immigration. I want all the Browns deported. And frankly, I would vote for somebody who kisses the wall if they actually deport all the Browns. The problem is, they're completely exclusive. Whoever the wall kisser will not actually deport all the Browns. That's the problem. So, hence why I just don't want somebody to kiss the fucking wall. Gabbard's exit now leaves Vance without his two most visible internal allies opposing the war. Vance, in a statement, credited Gabbard as a great asset to the administration and pointedly mourned the loss of his departed loyal confidant. The Daily Mail contacted Vance's office for comment. So yeah, I can definitely see this. Right, that's the vibes I'm getting as obviously a dumb moment on the internet, an outsider observing from outside looking in. From both what I know about Gabbard and Vance throughout the years. So it's not good that Vance is basically it. Like, I believe Tulsi Gabbard's husband does have bone cancer, right? I do genuinely believe it. I don't like how the mainstream media was like, oh, she left because of the Iran war that they were trying to do. It's quite a tragedy, right? But it does show that we have an administration that's Israel first, and that's not going to change in the last few years. And Vance is the only one that's not very openly Israel first, right? He has kissed the wall, but he doesn't really seem like that was a passionate kiss with tongue, right? It was more like a peck. He's still not great. I think he'd rather kiss the Indians' shit on the street, but it's at least a little bit better. And if he's being pushed out of the administration, even though he's a great VP and he has a lot of political goodwill on the right, that's just not a good sign. Of course, once again, it's all speculation. You know, this is based off sources. It's kind of, you know, rumors, you know, from the Daily Mail, all this other fun stuff. But from the outside looking in, once again, it does seem like this is highly likely. And we're just gonna have to see how the next 2 years end up, because obviously things can radically change in 2 years. I just don't have much hope. But I'm black-pilled. So, Born too late to die in the Middle East. Born too early to die in the Middle East. Born just in time to die in the Middle East. Yeah. There's a reason why all those memes about, like, I'm not gonna fucking die for Israel were so popular. Because nobody wants to fight a war for a foreign country. There. Here. Rumble Bros, I'm trying not to ignore you. I'm sorry. I see you're discussing... I see you're discussing where to watch me, and I appreciate the Rumble support, because it does have free speech platform. And... the percentage of cuts and stuff like that. I guess I'll do a small shill, right? You know? Speaking of kissing the wall, right? I am a Mossad agent after all. Oy vey here. Yes, Kick is a 95 5 split here. So I get the vast majority of anything from Kick. So it's definitely the best place to support me. If you do like the content that I make in my streams about yapping about random stuff and black pilling. Ko-Fi is great too. We can find the link. It's basically roughly the same split there. Rumble is a little bit more than that. I can't remember what it is, but I think it's like 10 to 20, and then YouTube is 30. Unless it's $100 super chat or more, then they take 50. Because they're full of Indians and tiny hats. There. But yes, if you'd like to support me, Kick is definitely the best platform. Even the auto mod is a little bit gay. So thank you. Thank you for the shekels. Thank you. Yeah. See, I told y'all she was bought up by the damn Jews. Oy vey indeed, my little goyim here. I feel like you're being a little anti-Semitic. What else can a girl do for about some shekels, okay? How else is a girl supposed to feed herself? What do you mean you gotta get a real job like that? Real job for the goyms. I'm here to demoralize the white man from staying up and fighting for his country by delivering all these black pills 24/7. Ignore the white, and then every once in a blue moon giving a white pill to make sure doesn't actually kill himself just yet. Because after all, who's gonna die for that war in Israel? You know. Yeah. Oy vey indeed. They're very clearly supposed to represent something. I'm not gonna say what, because I feel like not allowed or they're going to touch me. Though we're gonna ignore the fact that I'm a woman desperate for attention, so I actually do kind of like the head pets. But we don't like. Send your white men to fight the Middle Easterns. Have their girlfriends jotted by blacks with their gun and dying. Actually, true. Well, sort of. At least with the case of Ukraine, right? Oh my god, no one's talking about this, and I guess including me as well. One of these days I need to make a segment specifically for this. But I don't really talk about the Ukraine war because I don't care about the Ukraine war. However, there is this massive push more recently to have Ukraine take immigrants in. because all the men have been sent out to die in the wars. And there's all these videos of these white girls, like Ukrainian girls, partying and dancing and clearly living it up. And they're having a huge male crisis over there. And then now they're basically replacing their population of men with immigrants. And it's like, wow, Zelensky being a tiny hat. Who could have guessed this? The fact that he was, you know, put in by the CIA all those years ago, back in like 2014, as to be a puppet state of the United States, Israel. There, like, you know, who could have guessed that could possibly happen? Oh, I would have never done that. Yeah. I get the feeling Trump would surprise us with the whole Iran debacle being something bigger than what we know. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. You have a lot more hope than I do, which is good to a certain extent, right? Like, obviously copium is kind of bad because it makes you delusional, but obviously going full Vanta black pill is not the solution either. And I don't know. So, like, I do feel like it's a little bit delusional personally myself. But my position has always been my entire life is that I rather prepare and expect the worst and then be pleasantly surprised when it actually works out and gets better. Or like whatever the case is. Versus have hope and prayers and expectations and then just be let down and be crushed. Like, I maybe it's not something the best mentality, but for me it's what's worked. But that's because I have mommy issues. I have mommy issues, unfortunately. So it's just for me that's an actual literal coping mechanism to deal with this kind of stuff, because I like surprises. I don't like having my hopes and dreams crushed. I don't like being let down. I mean, nobody really does. And so, but I will take L's, right? Like, I will take L's if I'm wrong about something. So far, I haven't really been wrong about the Iran war. And you know what? If it is something bigger and actually works out in the end somehow, magically, then I'll take the L for it. Like, if anything, I want to be wrong about it. I don't think I am, but I am a woman after all, and women are usually wrong about these things. But I'll take the L, really. Like, I don't mind that. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I can't obviously see the future. So, and if I'm wrong about something that's bad turning good, then that's actually a good thing. So, Amal is pretty hopeful, not gonna lie. What? What? Well, where? Hold on, wait a second here. Point to me where the hopeful touched you, okay? Where did the white pill on stream touch you to make you believe that I'm not some pessimistic cynicist person here? Where? Why the fuck was that deleted? Oh, then you deleted it yourself. Okay, I was like, what YouTube chat got deleted? I don't see anything bad coming from that, but anyways. So, how dare you call Amal hopeful? Yeah, exactly. Once again, I'm a Mossad agent, okay? There are no white pills. There's no hope here, okay? It's only suffering and despair. Hold on, where's it at? Suffering in despair within the amalgamation retard station. You will be demoralized by my mashed snaz going up your asshole, and there is no way around it. And not even lube can help you here with how long my nose is. And you will enjoy being pegged in the process, because I will turn you gay if the frog's in it already. Sweet summer void. Nasal pegging? Haven't you heard about that before? It's all the rage these days. Jesus Christ, get with the program here. Sounds like it's bedtime. Listen, it's fine. Talking about brown nose, dumb piss, dumb tiss. Yes, that thingy. Yes. Let's see here. I hate what I'm hearing, but the commitment to the bit is making me smile good. Good. You know, have some levity, have some joy in your life. If not, then you might as well just end it. Don't actually do that, please. There. Like, you need a little bit of it. A little bit of it here and there. Stinky. Well, I showered yesterday. I'll shower maybe tomorrow. The key word is maybe. Oh. There. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once now. And I'm clearly a great multitasker. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a subby puppy to Randy Z over on Kick. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like more subby puppies. Subby puppies are great. You'll get the cute little emotes. And it's a great way to support the channel if you like the dumb woman yapping about various things. There. And when I do members only stuff, the subby puppies get the chat when the members only stream happens once a month. There we go. I'm trying to shill more if you can't tell, right? If the schnoz wasn't saying anything, I'm trying to shill a little bit more here, you know. Once again, gotta get my shekels somehow. Right. There. Let's see. Have I missed any supers by chance? I thought I caught up, but I want to make sure. I'm pretty sure I'm good on that stuff. I know I kind of missed some for the video, but that was a while ago. Okay, chat. Okay. So, it is that time. It is bedtime. Here. The Floyd schnoz needs to go sniff somebody else's asshole here. So, Rumble Bros, I'm sending over the Pixel Kittens. She is not political, so please don't bring politics up in her stream. Kick Bros, I'm sending you Leaflet. Obviously, she is political, but please follow her rules and don't be too spicy. Don't be gay. And then, YouTube Bros, I'm sending over to Bedias. Here. Who's also not political. So please don't bring politics up in her chat. Just enjoy this stream, because we don't like the gays here. And if you bring up politics in non-political chats, right, or get too spicy and break the rules, you are gay and you'll be thrown off buildings. That simple. Other than that, I will see you guys on Wednesday at 7:45 p.m. Thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. And I hope you have a good night. Hasta la vista. Sayonara, bitches. Good.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids,